Hello, my sexy, gorgeous aliens on the internet, and welcome to your October horoscopes video. Now, before you go skipping ahead really quick, please listen up, because this is a different kind of horoscope video than the ones I usually do, and I just want you to be a little bit prepared. I did a collab on this video with As Within with Will, and he is a content creator here on YouTube that also does astrology. Definitely go check him out. I'm going to leave his information down in the description. And before we get into the horoscopes, where I'm going to do like a little introduction, he's amazing, and I really hope that you like him. But I mean, I'm sure you will. There's not much not to like about Will. He's just a good guy. He's supported my channel for a long time. He's gotten readings with me, and I just really, really have always appreciated Will, and he knows his shit. So I think you guys are going to really like him. Now, the other thing really quick before you go skipping ahead that I want to tell you is that the horoscopes are not going to be as aesthetically pleasing. And what I mean by that is they are filmed on Zoom, and because I don't have like amazing, incredible editing skills, I kind of just left it how it was because I didn't really know how to make it look a bit better. And what I mean by that is that I share my screen like I always do in my horoscope videos, but you're going to be able to see astro.com and like the whole website and the chart in the middle. And then me and him are going to be like in small boxes, basically, up in the corner somewhere. So it's not like aesthetically pleasing. My Venus and Virgo would have liked it to be a little bit more like, put together or prettier, but it's not. But the information is really good, and that is what matters. So it's kind of like podcast style. Like, we're just chilling and we're talking about all the different things that you may need to hear this month for your rising sign. So put it on the background, clean your mother effing house, okay? Take this Venus and Virgo energy and do something with it. Alrighty. Put it on in your car while you're driving, like whatever. Like it's these horoscopes are pretty long. They're each about 20 to 30 minutes. So yeah, they're chill, and there's a lot of really amazing information there still. And so anyways, I hope you enjoy them. I did also forget to say, comment down below sexy Libra through Sag rising for like the first 3. So please still do that if you are a Libra, Scorpio, or Sag rising. Let us know how we did down below. Your feedback means everything. And because I'm kind of seeing how this goes to see if I'm going to still continue to do horoscopes for the next little while. Like, I always make some changes. I may, not to say I'm never going to do them again, just, they're a lot of work, and I don't typically enjoy them as much as some other videos. But having somebody to collaborate with on them definitely made it a lot smoother and helped me to kind of give my brain a break here and there, and also gave me tons of other ideas while listening to him talk. So anyway, so let me know down below how you like this video, and thank you. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys so, so much. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy your horoscope, and there you go. This is my first time like doing a like my own collab. I'm used to being like on other people's channels, and now it's like my channel, and I'm like, oh, I'm leading this thing. Okay, so I guess, do you want to start first by just telling us a little bit about yourself, your channel, and how long you've been doing astrology? You don't have to like tell us your whole life story, but tell us, tell us a little bit.
Yeah, well, my name's Will. I've got a channel, As Within with Will, in which I talk about, as of right now, like I've literally only started touching on the astrology stuff just because life has been lifing, and yeah, like I legitimately need to like buckle down and get it taken care of. But as of right now, like I've got astrology stuff up on there, and legitimately what it's mostly about is helping people get connected to who they are and understanding their energy so that they can make it through. And like the purpose of the channel, since it's As Within, is to help people do that. And I'll provide like different ways to help them do it, whether it be through astrology, which a lot of people like, MBTI for some people, Enneagram. Like there's so many different ways that different people will resonate with, and I want to do that. But since astrology is my wheelhouse and it's what I do, then I've been talking about that because there's a lot going on in astrology, and I've been practicing for like I think it's been like 5 years that I've been actually consulting. And before that, like obviously, like a lot of people, like I studied and I liked it, thought it was interesting. But legit, like when I discovered that there was a whole system behind astrology, I just fell in love, and that's that's history after that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually how it happens for us, like we discover that there's so much more going on, and then it
Then
just,
what's your sign?
yeah,
Nothing.
exactly. And we relate to it and it explains our lives. And then we're like, holy shit, like we've got to keep going. So alrighty, well, thank you for doing this with me. And we're gonna go ahead and start on the horoscopes because we got a lot to do. Timestamps will be down in the description. In this month for Libra risings, obviously the first house is getting lit up a lot more, and there's going to be, I think, a reconnection to self, especially with your ruling planet coming back home on the 13th of October. So with Venus kind of coming back into Libra, there's kind of this like, I am home, baby. Like there's just this like level of feeling more and more like yourself with your chart ruler coming back to the first house. And it's going to be kind of a month of new beginnings, but first some endings with the Aries full moon and the seventh. A lot of relationship stuff that may have been building for a while now is going to probably come to a head and probably, you know, deal with you finally either facing something that you've needed to face that has been weighing on you in terms of self and other, or in terms of independence versus um, consideration, which is, the typical Libra and Aries axis of like, do I consider others? Where have I been over considerate? And then also, where do I need to embrace more independence? Or you may be dealing with somebody like a partner that is embracing their independence more, or embracing, this certain level of self-centeredness. And so that could really be coming up towards the very beginning of the month. But I think whatever it is, it's kind of needed to bring you back to feeling more comfortable with yourself again. Uh,
Yeah, I also like
Go ahead. No, I was done.
okay. Yeah, no, like I actually really like the fact that like we have like a legitimately like probably a palpable like vibe shift from like the first half of the Libra season into the second half, right? Because like while Venus is in Virgo, like there is a lot of like that questioning of self, like this self-doubt and this like nitpickiness like towards yourself. And it's in an area of your chart where like you don't necessarily connect to it, right? So you have all this stuff that's going on eating away at you that you're not necessarily like aware of. And it's kind of hard energy. And then as soon as we like Venus enters into Libra and enters home, it's like you can breathe again. It's like, oh my gosh, okay, this is me. All right, I feel better now because I think that a lot of people with a really strong like Libra placements, especially like Libra rising, like life has just been kind of going through it here recently. Like it's really hard to be in that position where you're not connecting to yourself. You're feeling lost. You're feeling like, what am I doing with my life? I'm legitimately lost right now. I don't know what's happening, and there are big changes happening in other parts of life. So like as Venus enters into Libra, she's like, all right, I'm home. Let's get things taken care of. Especially because she has some power in that morning star phase where like she's able to help you get things taken care of. And she's like Venus throughout this month of October is doing the thing, right? She's just moving and just connecting and just she's got a lot going on, but it makes it to where you're able to connect to yourself, especially after that point on the 13th where the vibe shifts and you're again, you feel like you're in your own skin again. And it's a
Yeah.
beautiful thing. I love that for Libra rising.
Yeah, and a lot of the work that Libra risings have probably been doing in terms of like health with their sixth and 12th houses getting lit the F up
Yeah.
over the last month, like there's probably been a lot of like habits that you've been quitting, routines that you've been changing, addictions that you've been getting out of. You've probably been doing a lot of subconscious work, potentially to the point where, like you said, like, you've been just picking yourself apart, or there's been so much judgment, or there's been so much hanging on to the past and trying to, especially with that Virgo South Node in like the 12th, like cycling around like what's pure, what's not, what feels clean, what doesn't, and whatever's been coming up for you has been likely showing you where you don't feel clean and clear or in your integrity on the inside, and how that's affecting your outside. And plus, with both your 10th house and your 6th house being, transited by Jupiter and the North Node, and then now Saturn in your sixth, back in your sixth as well, there is this heavy emphasis on like, where am I going? What is my purpose? What do I want to do with my life? Are the relationships in my life truly what I want? Are they really bringing me joy, or are they just wounding me over and over again? Am I getting in the same combative situations or the same toxic situations over and over again? And when you were talking, I also thought of, Venus coming back into the first house as like truth and balance. I've done like the clients that I've had recently that have either had a lot of Libra placements or Libra risings. There seems to be this common theme of truth and balance. What is your truth? And your truth as a Libra rising is literally the best thing for everybody else. Like that's the thing, and that's the beauty of Libra. It doesn't have to resonate with everybody else, but it is the best thing for everybody else because when you're putting on a mask, when you are acting like something that you're not giving people the truth. And so as Venus is transiting through your 12th house and making some, different aspects the first week or two of the month before she moves into your sign, you're definitely going to be facing off with these kind of again these old cycles, these old patterns, these old criticisms, these old judgments. And I think what you're going to find by the time Venus enters your first house is that there doesn't need to be this boxing in of one or the other or this or that or this extreme judgment and criticism. There needs to be an integration. And there needs to be because Venus brings things together. That's why she's the ruler of Libra. Libra balances things out. You balance things by saying this is okay and that is okay. Like the two things can exist at once. And so I think you come back into harmony, you come back into balance by kind of accepting the two, maybe two different parts of yourself that you've been at war with or in conflict with, or two different parts of your identity, or two different aspects of your past, or whatever. And it's like you have to listen to all sides of you to come back into fullness and harmony with yourself. And I think that's so, so much what, that first half of the month is going to be bringing up for you. And really just this month in general.
Yeah, I actually like something that you made me think of when you were talking about that is the fact that we do actually have Venus transiting like going over the South Node, right? And what we have to think about as well is yes, she's going over the South Node, she's conjuncting the South Node. However, at the same time, she's opposing the North Node, and that's going to bring into that whole side of the picture, like what you were talking about. Venus is that balancing principle. She is that attraction. Like she's a magnetism, right? And we're going to be well, being Libra risings are going to be drawn to figuring out what is it that I need to let go, what is it that I need to bring in, and what are the lessons that I've learned here recently. Because also another important thing is that the previous cycles of eclipses back in March were happening when Venus was, going retrograde and she had a lot going on there, trying to help you reconnect to yourself, trying to help you get to who you are, like, and what you value, what your value is. And if you haven't learned those lessons, you're going to be given a chance to figure that out again, because that is going to be essential for survival and for thriving during this time. Because as she goes back home and she's able to reconnect to her energies after she's learned these lessons and forced you to like go through it and think about it, might not be the most pleasant of times. However, there's something about that energy where she's kind of forced to like go like figure it out. And as you figure it out and start to reconnect to yourself in a place that you don't understand, when she gets into a place that you do and you've learned those lessons, it'll be a lot better for you.
Mhm. Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that. It made me think of grace, like having grace with yourself,
Very
forgiveness.
Piscean.
Yes, very much Virgo Pisces kind of thing. When we get into that Virgo energy of judgment, and, like I was even just talking to one of my Virgo best friends about this just right before we started doing this. And we started this challenge called the 100-day harmonize, by the way, which is so Libran as well. But the 100-day harmonize. And we started this challenge and we both each had like a few things that we really wanted to do. She had like a whole checklist though, because she's a Virgo, obviously. But and she literally even said, like, okay, like for her, it was like, I'm cutting out alcohol. I'm only going to drink alcohol if it is like a special event. Well, she had a special event this week, and it's the first one since we started this challenge a few weeks ago. And so she allowed herself to have like a couple glasses, and she was like, and she's like just beating herself up for it. And I'm like, dude, you even told yourself that this was okay, that you were okay with this, but like now she's beating herself up. She's feeling like she's all off track. And it's like, you've got it. What are you making this mean? You got to stop making this mean something about you and just have grace. Like, just, okay. Like, it doesn't have to mean anything. I didn't feel great afterwards, although I don't regret it. And I'm going to move forward. Again, two things can be true at once. And I'm going to forgive myself. I'm going to let this go. And that's also what makes me think of like Venus on the South Node, which happens on October 4th, by the way, but you'll likely be feeling it those first few days of the month. Um, Letting go of old attachments to criticisms, to judgments of yourself, to addictions, habits that are actually no longer serving you. and that are actually causing your suffering with the 12th house there. You know, it's like what loops or little small obsessions are you kind of looping back and forth in that are causing like suffering?
Self-destructive tendencies,
Yeah, yeah, just
especially 12th house, like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
right there.
Exactly, self-sabotage, all of that. So I think that's going to be huge. So we talked about Venus on the South Node already. Venus also is going to sextile from Virgo, Jupiter in Cancer on the right around the 8th. And I know that was something that you really wanted to talk about, well. So do you want to say anything about that really quick?
Yeah, I think that it's a beautiful thing for Venus while she's in like a hard spot. And again, it being a connection to Jupiter who enlightens, and Jupiter's in Cancer in his exaltation, able to give some enlightenment and give some support to Venus. Like Venus is legitimately going through it, like we were just talking about, but getting like a bit of hope, especially something that's also connected to Jupiter is hope. Like getting that hope and being like, okay, I can do this. And then afterwards moving into maybe deal with a more rough aspect as she opposes Saturn. Like she gets that breath of fresh air necessary to deal with Saturn afterwards because like Jupiter makes her expand and she's getting happy. And then Saturn's like, all right, let's bring it back to reality.
Yeah.
And then we need to figure this out. So I
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. And something else that I think about with this too is like Cinderella. Like Venus is like this goddess or this princess, yet she's like being treated like a handmaid in Virgo. And it feels like she just can't get satisfied. Like the heat is too hot, the air is too cold, the pie is too sweet. I have Venus in Virgo, so I'm very familiar with this. The outfit just doesn't fit right. The shade's not your color. You know what I mean? Like it's just a lot of annoyances
Down.
can happen here. And it feels like, okay, I have all these big dreams to like, run off with Prince Charming or to have this life of my dreams and to do whatever. But I feel like behind the scenes, I cannot get satisfied. But it's like, how much of that is you doing it to yourself, you participating in your own self-sabotage or your own suffering or your own criticism and perfectionism that's keeping you from really just living the life that you want to live. And I think that's going to be huge this month as well because kind of jumping ahead here a little bit, but we are also going to have Mercury and Mars in Scorpio in your second house of finances, security, safety, stability, resources, survival, and self-worth, and things that are all tied to that. And so it's like this is going to be a massive kind of wake-up call of cutting through the bullshit of where you have maybe again been kind of holding yourself back by having these old kind of maybe fears that have been deep rooted that have not allowed you to take care of yourself and your life in the way that you want to. And I think so much of this up leveling process for Libra risings right now really comes through taking care of yourself and taking care of your lifestyle, your health, your spiritual hygiene with this Virgo Pisces axis. Like taking care of your habits, your routines, and self-love with Venus in the first this month massively. Self-care. That is going to be so, so huge for Libra risings.
Great. Yeah. And figuring out different routines and whatnot. And like again, leaning into the fact that Saturn's there trying to finish up his time in the sign of Venus's exaltation there in Pisces is also showing like importance and maybe like some difficulties when it comes to like figuring out your routines, figuring out your diet, figuring out like that side of things to where it can be more sustainable on the other side as well. Because if you don't have a structure, if you don't have something there to give you the ability to give yourself the grace and everything else that is necessary, it's hard. So learning to work with both sides of things, especially for Libra, is really important. It's the struggle of the Libra people. Like you're constantly trying to create that balance, create that harmony. And when you're focusing too much on one side, it makes it harder and it kind of like makes it lopsided.
Right. Yeah. And so it's like so much this month about coming back to the truth of who you are. And something I've been noticing a lot come up, and I feel like this is really true for Libra risings based on, your current transits, but like what on the outside is affecting the inside and what on the inside is affecting your outside. How are they mirroring each other? I always say Libra season is like a fun house of mirrors. Everywhere you look, you're going to get a different perspective. And if you can look at all the situations occurring in your life as, again, you're in a fun house of mirrors, what is this reflecting back to you? What is this showing you? What perspective is this showing you that maybe you're not seeing? That's going to be so huge. But it's also like, where are, and this is something so big I've noticed with Libra placements, clients, readings I've done, people in my life, where are you placing the responsibility on yourself for everybody else's perspective of you? And therefore making decisions from the imaginary perspectives that you have of that you think other people have of you, making decisions from that place. I always call it like the imaginary audience in your head. It's like you think your boyfriend thinks this of you, so you act from that place when maybe he doesn't think that of you at all, or you think your boss thinks this of you, and so you act from that place, and really maybe that's not been their perspective. And so you start feeling drowned out by like all of these other perspectives of like, well, they think this, or this person thinks this, or people think this about me, and you feel like that starts drowning you out to where you're not even really your true self anymore, and you're not acting from your truth. You're not making decisions from your point of view. You're making decisions from everybody else's point of view. And those points of view are all made up in your head anyway. So it's like coming back to yourself, releasing judgment, again, self-love. What is your point of view, not what everybody else's is? And I think that that's going to be huge this month. And one of the kind of last things that I'm going to say before we move on here is I want to talk just really briefly about this grand water trine that you're going to have this month with your second, sixth, and 10th house, which really seems like a pretty big freaking deal. Um, so it really feels like with your second, sixth, and 10th house being so activated here, not only is your money, your resources, your value, the things that you have to offer the world, how you're doing that, how you're keeping up with that on a day-to-day basis, and the responsibilities that come from that, how you are using those resources to be in service in your life, and then also your bigger long-term goals, career, dreams, public image, etc., how that plays all into it is really, really, really going to be huge, especially right around the Libra new moon this month, which happens right on the 21st, but you'll be feeling this in the days leading up to that as well. So it's like some new beginnings happening here that is connecting so many different areas of your life and kind of helping you, I think, transcend um, some old stuck energy that's been in these areas of life.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. And there's again bringing it back to just the different aspects that you were touching on. There's so much that's happening because we do have the Libra new moon, which is going to be following the Aries full moon, which the Aries full moon, I think that really basically like you're going to be like having that you and other like that's going to be highlighted, right? And during that time, there's a yod created. There are going to be a lot of yods created over the next few years, just because they're the energies of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto connecting, like they're just going to create a lot of yads, right? So those are like difficult times where you're just having to bounce back and forth between different energies. It's really hard to connect them. You're going to be aware of that during this time, and it's going to help you really start to figure out where you need to put your focus, where you need to put your energy. And then having this all like one of the main things being highlighted during this time is that financial axis there shows that a lot of people may have been stressing about different like work situations. They may have been stressing about their money, having it not like there, but there is it seems some insight coming in during this time. But you're not only just going to get the insight, you're going to have insight plus the energy to actually make things happen. And you're going to have Saturn there to help create the structure. So like if you've been having hard times, know that like this is a time for you to actually figure things out. You've been going through a lot, but it looks like you're going to have a chance to really recalibrate your lives, rebalance things, and then you're going to be set if you are connecting to your true self and your true desires and what you truly want. Because if you are, having Venus rule you is a beautiful thing because she can help bring it to you.
Mhm. Yeah, I love that. I love that. The way I look at this is like Mars and Mercury are kind of almost like the engine or like the generator here. And it's like, okay, what do I want? What do I need to change? What do I need to change with myself and with my behaviors and how I'm going about things to bring in something that feels more fulfilling, purposeful? And where do I need to trust in my own abilities and my own skills to do that? And how can I keep a focus on the bigger picture, the bigger perspective, the bigger dream, the bigger ideal of it all? Um, and yeah, so I love that. Um, okay. I know we didn't go through like every single
Oh no,
transit.
that's I think we hit everything we need to. We're
Yeah,
good.
yeah. We spent a
I
little
try
longer
not
on
to
that
put it
one.
too
Happy birthday, you know.
right. You
So,
deserve it. You focus
yeah,
on other people like your time.
right,
You're
right.
welcome.
Exactly. So, looking at Scorpio rising's chart, this is this is definitely an interesting month for Scorpio risings. There's a lot of 12th house being activated. You're going to really notice that you're kind of moving from a very social outward time to more of a inward time. What's going on behind the scenes in your life, what's going on subconsciously, what's going on with any internal conflicts that you haven't been able to resolve. This is the month to resolve them. Not only that, but we're also going to have a lot going on in your first house this month where there is going to be your ruling planets coming home, coming into your first house. There is going to be more of a drive, more of an ambition there, where you are feeling more, you know, more in the driver's seat in your life and more like yourself. But there is also this focus on what's going on with you kind of behind the scenes. I see just kind of looking at this in general right now.
Yeah, like I also think that we have a lot going on here, just like with the Libra rising, where you've got the ruler going from a horrible position for itself into like its favorite position or like a really happy position. So like I think that the Scorpio risings have probably also been dealing with like a lot of like lostness and just the inability to really connect to their energies and really be able to push themselves forward. And it's really frustrating, especially frustrations there for Mars ruled people to not connect to your drive, to just be disconjointed. Like it's not fun. And so like at the beginning of Libra season, when Mars finally moved into your first house, like you're like, okay, cool. I'm getting to know myself again. I'm back to myself. This is good. Like I'm happy. I can be more strategic and I can figure things out. And there are just different parts throughout this month that are going to help connect you to yourself again, but then also have you focus on different parts of your life that you might not necessarily be too comfortable with, even though like you just went through a time where you were kind of lost, where you didn't understand your life trajectory, right? But like the sun is also in that same section now. So even though like the part of you that rules you and drives you is back into itself, the sun is still there helping you kind of see just different things that maybe need to be taken care of still, that are still being worked on in that behind the scenes section of your life, to where like when Mercury meets up with your ruler and is able to help connect your thoughts to your drive, you're going to have like an extra amount of like, all right, let's get this done. I'm excited for my Scorpio risings for that, because it's like, all right, I'm back to me. I'm happy. All right, we can do this. There's a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. But at the same time, there are good things happening as well. So like we gotta, look at both sides.
Yeah, I love that. And it reminded me, I've had a lot of Scorpio rising clients recently, like a lot more than usual that have come to me. And something I've noticed with them, and I said this with Libra risings too, is that there seems to be this massive focus right now on where other people's perspectives have been subconsciously controlling you, like almost like a subconscious program where you have maybe like you're waking up to realizing that you have been living your life based on what other people think about you or based on what you've been told by the world or what you've been told by, even with Pluto in your fourth, parents, family, your childhood growing up. Like it's like so many are just like still lingering around relationships or family members or people in their lives that have wanted something for them where they feel like, okay, I'm not this person. And they're still kind of in the healing of it where it's like, okay, I'm not doing what other people want me to be doing. And it's a quote unquote bad thing, even though it's not. It's like, no, this is not showing you that you haven't become who what people wanted you to become because you're a failure. It's showing you that that's who, like, you were never supposed to become that. Like it's showing you your own way. It's showing you your own path. It's showing you how to release these subconscious ideals and perspectives, 12th house Libra, that have nothing to do with who you actually are. It's showing you where you have taken on the weight of other people's ideals and views and decisions and desires for you that are not your own. And I think that that's going to be kind of huge this month, where there is kind of this like internal harmony that needs to happen where you become at peace with your own truth of who you are, where you become at peace with no longer needing the approval or the validation or the consideration of others. Like you don't need their ideas to make you feel whole or to make you feel full or to go after the things that you truly want and desire. Like and I think that's going to be really, really huge for Scorpio risings this month.
I agree. I agree. And I also think that some other interesting things about that is like we do have that focus there on like figuring out yourself versus the other, right? That's just the Libra Aries, like
Mhm.
that's their thing, you know? And having the full moon in Aries and the new moon in Libra are really highlighting these areas of our lives where like you're able to see, okay, this right here is maybe where I need to figure some things out, especially because like during this time, your routines, your diet, your like way of going about life, maybe work, have just been thrown off as well. Like it's interesting to know that like both of these areas of your life are connected and they've been going through it. But as again, you start to gain your footing, you're able to start to figure these things out. And not only are you starting to figure these things out because you're getting back into yourself, your ruler's back into your first house, you've got the fact that these areas of your life are being highlighted during this time. And it's really bringing, again, your attention there and helping you figure out, just as she said, like, where is it you've been like acting from other people's perspective? How is it that you've been like possibly moving in a way that isn't natural to you, especially marginal people? Like, you're not typically known for doing things for others and trying to like please others and whatnot. But that is something that has been happening, and it's been happening in a way that isn't as conscious for you. So it makes it more interesting as you start to really see these things and connect to them in a different way.
Yeah, totally. And also something else I really feel is big here for Scorpio risings is, and I've noticed this with a lot of Scorpio risings that have come to me recently. Um, it's coming back to like remembering your score. Like, I swear, I was actually thinking about this the other day. Like, I almost felt like I wanted to do a program just for Scorpios because I've had so many Scorpio risings coming to me, and they're like, "How do I deal with all this shit?" And I'm like, "You're a fucking Scorpio. Like, you're a fucking Scorpio rising. Like, did you forget? Like, did you forget that you have the ability to alchemize all this shit into power? Like, and I get it because there's like this whole Scorpio, you know." Paradox where it's like, okay, well, I have this shame and I have this pain and I need to hide it and protect it so I don't appear weak. Mars in a, ruling a feminine sign. And so I've got to shell up and armor up and act like I'm hard and hold it all together and keep it all in. But it's like, no, whatever you fight, you feed as a Scorpio rising. So you can't do that. That's not the strong thing to do. The strong thing to do is to go into your darkness, to see darkness as beauty again. And that's so much what Libra season is the beginning of. It is the gateway to say, hey, it's not all just light rainbows and butterflies. There's another side to it. And if you can see the beauty in both, then you're golden. And, that's why Libra season is kind of the introduction into the shadow season, into the start of things falling, fall, the equinox, equal day and night, the sun losing its light. It's showing the sun its shadow side, which is why the sun is in fall in Libra. Then we go into Scorpio season, Halloween. You let your inner freak out, like you let your inner darkness out and embrace it and embody it and not feel shame about it anymore. And that is what Scorpios literally have the superpower to do. Scorpios have the superpower to find the deep rooted stuff, to turn that into power instead of hiding from it, instead of resisting it, to go and feel the deep, dark feelings and to be the embodiment of darkness is beauty. Like my darkness is beautiful. And
Yeah,
I think that that's really, really big this month for Scorpio risings. Go ahead.
yeah, and I think that also it's really important for Scorpio risings to really feel themselves during this time because it's one of those things where like it's not even just like part of you identifies this way. Your life has literally put you into positions to where you've had to find that strength. You've had to make it through some really hard times. And for you to be reminded of that during this time that like you are a Scorpio, you are that mofo, like you got this. You might have that thing where you've got to like hide your power and then like you're trying to hide the fight and that drive within you. However, that is again where your power is seated. So if you really go into that and allow yourself to really feel the different things that you're feeling during this time, it can help drive you into the things that you are supposed to be doing. Part of you is already connected to a lot of these energies that are happening and to the bigger picture because you're just there's that intrinsic thing of that internal Mars, that deep rooted connected Mars that no other sign has. Like Mars has that sustainability here that Aries wishes it could touch. Like it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And you are that person. You've got this. Like, yes, it's hard. Life has been hard, but you've dealt with hard.
Mhm.
Life has put you into hard positions. You got this.
Yes. And also, Scorpio, Mars and Scorpio can be vengeful. And I kind of think of like Scorpio in the first house as almost being like vengeful towards itself. And so it's like, where are you almost in some kind of self-destructive thing because you're not allowing yourself to you're not allowing yourself to feel the things that you don't want to feel. You're not allowing yourself to, maybe you're shaming your own self, or you're holding on to, especially I think like Libra in the 12th, maybe toxic relationships, especially with first Venus being in Virgo, those first, almost 2 weeks of October being in Virgo, where it's, obviously in fall. And then kind of going through, and then near the South Node, it's like, are you hanging out with like people that are overly criticizing you? Are you hanging out with people that are not good for you? Are you hanging out with people that are just no longer aligned with you and that are representing some old attachment or old kind of environment that you're going into? And Venus ruling your seventh. Are you in relationships with significant others, with partners, that are not going too well? Or are you still hanging on to past stuff with old groups of people, old friends, old environments? Maybe it's not even now. Maybe you're in a perfectly healthy relationship now, but you're still spiraling on the past. And so Venus moving into your 12th on the 13th of October, it's like you're kind of seeing another side of things and you're able to start kind of maybe making peace with your past and making peace with some subconscious conflicts that you've had going on within you. If you can, again, see new perspectives, see new sides. And that's also so much what this month is going to be about, because later on in the month, kind of skipping a bit ahead here to right around the Libra new moon, we are going to have the grand water trine between Jupiter, Mars in your sign with Mercury, and Saturn in Pisces. And so this month to me is so much about it's not really about like, yeah, there may be some work stuff that comes up in the beginning of the month. And there may be some external stuff going on in the beginning of the month. But as the month goes on, this is a very internalized month. This is a month that is like, okay, I need to take a break. What is going on behind the scenes? What old stuff am I still hanging on to? What old fantasies am I still hanging on to that are no longer working? What old attachments, relationships, perspectives, ideals am I still holding on to that are keeping me in this loop of suffering? And not only that, what do you actually freaking want? Who are you? And what are your beliefs? And also, what does your soul crave in terms of creativity, in terms of talent, in terms of love, in terms of purpose, in terms of fun and play? With your first, fifth, and ninth house activated, it's like this is kind of coming back to you're going to have the easiest time this month, I think, especially the second half of the month, if you can come into harmony with like just being present again, just allowing yourself to have some fun again, to learn something new or get back to something that means a lot to you, looking at things from a deeper perspective. And yeah, maybe even doing some traveling or something. But there's something here where it's like get back to your soul's desires, not just your ego's desires, but like your actual soul's desires. Like what makes your soul sing with the fifth and ninth house activated and first house activated, and they're all in a grand water trine. Like what really makes your spirit feel alive, and let go of the bullshit within you that is, with Mercury Mars conjunct, it's like dissecting yourself and being like, okay, this is not me. This is someone I've been pretending to be because I thought I had to be, I thought that's what strong was. I thought that's what strength was. I thought that's what power was, but it's not. And so I don't need to keep pretending to be that person because that's not really me. And so, yeah.
Yeah. I like that. And I also like the fact that you mentioned like travel or something like that, because there does seem to be like a connection to possibly like separating yourself from like your normal situations that may actually lead to a lot of this enlightenment. It might actually help you when it comes to figuring things out, because Jupiter is doing what he can to help enlighten you and give you that perspective that you need, that will help you cut out the stuff that you need to, that will help you cut out those self-deprecating like tendencies, those thoughts that aren't good for you. Like the stuff that you've been going through that like maybe it's just been a little bit harder on you. As Mars and Mercury come together, you can cut some of the stuff out that doesn't need to be there. You can also really connect your thoughts to yourself and really get to a point where you are understanding, especially with the Scorpio energy. And again, realizing you are who you are and the importance of that, connecting your mind to that can really get you really far. And maybe getting yourself away from people and connecting to something that's going to bring you that fun and that joy that you maybe have been lacking because you've been just kind of lost and floundering about, like can help you connect all the pieces that are necessary because part of you is deeply, deeply connected to a lot of the stuff that's happening in this world. And you're going to be able to find a lot more power as you start to connect to it and really come into yourself. And that's a lot of what this month is going to help you do as we have like the new moons and the moon and the full moon that are connecting you to that again need to maybe disconnect from a lot of the BS and bring yourself into yourself and help gain that perspective that is necessary that can come from travel. Like legitimately, if you've got the means, it could be a beautiful thing for you.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's an intense focus with Mars and Mercury coming into their conjunction in the first house. Like, it's almost like a breakthrough. I was kind of feeling like when that happens right around that Libra new moon, on the 21st, even the day before, days leading up, you may just start feeling this click, like something starts clicking into place. And it's like, oh, I know what I need to do, or I know I see where I have been holding myself back, or it all makes sense now, or I know a truth I need to speak, or where my focus needs to be. And it could have something to do with your body as well, especially with Mars also ruling your sixth house, us having a full moon there earlier in the month, and then, being in your first house, like it could have something to do with your physical body, getting into your body more, moving your body more, maybe, an exercise routine or some kind of intense workout or, something to do with the body. But I also kept hearing something about like music, like something big. I feel like maybe, I don't know if like some of you like play music, fifth house Pisces, Jupiter in the ninth, I don't know, but um I feel like things that make your soul sing rather than just like, what does my ego want, or feeling like the best was in the past. And it's like, okay, well, who am I now and how can I come back into harmony with who I am now? And how can I focus on myself now? That self-focus is really, really important this month.
Yeah,
Um,
self-focus and the attention to self and the thoughts of self and your body, definitely. And I think that since also during this time, Mercury's starting to slow down because Mercury's going to be flipping around and going retrograde. It's going to bring back a lot of these things as well. So like you're probably going to get a chance to really get in touch with yourself and your drive and your body and your life trajectory during this time. So use this time for that type of stuff is getting connected to yourself. And like she was saying, those different things that bring back a piece of you that maybe you've been missing for a while, like the connection to some type of joy is just necessary.
yeah, totally. All right. Yeah, I think it's
Right? I think we're good on that one.
yeah. It's a month of breakthroughs and a lot of self and internal focus for Scorpio risings for sure. So looking at the chart for Sages, um, wow, okay, so definitely a lot going on in terms of the top part of the chart here, the 10th, 11th, 12th um part here, and then obviously some down here too, and the 8th, but um I definitely go to that top part of the chart because that seems like that's kind of where everything's going to be moving through, this month. But I mean, not everything, but most things. But so there's definitely a focus on, there has been a focus for Sages massively on career. And I feel like I've had a few Sag risings. I'm pretty sure it's been Sag risings. Anytime I've been saying career with like 10th, I always add like life purpose, lifelong goals, because I get comments like, I'm retired, I'm not focused on my career anymore. So but it can literally be like lifelong goals, what you think of for your life, how you look at your whole entire life, your future, your image, your reputation, like even if you're known in your small town for something, like whatever. But um it's like, what are you striving towards? And there's been a lot here for Sag risings in terms of doing a lot of karmic work around kind of judgment. Like maybe you didn't achieve the goals that you thought you were going to, or maybe you've had this like massive view of yourself of like, oh, I failed at this, or I didn't achieve that, or whatever with Virgo in the 10th. And so there's been kind of this reconstruction going on within your career. And as we enter into October, a lot of that starts to end, but there are still remnants of it the first couple weeks of October as we have Venus still moving through here and making some aspects before she moves into Libra, your 11th house, which is her home sign, and where she's going to focus more on connections and acquaintances and networking and friendships and people and alliances and more of a social time. So there's kind of some internal stuff going on. There's some external stuff going on for Sages. But what would you have to say about this, Will?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a lot that's been going on with like the uh, work home life balance thing or the lack of balance and just things being thrown off completely. Or like you were saying, maybe it's not like work, maybe it's your public image or like what you're trying to project out there, as opposed to what you are actually doing and who you are at home and in that aspect of your life to where like it's that foundation of yourself. And I think that a good thing for a lot of Sag people right now is that your ruler is in Cancer in his exaltation and able to help bring you like some type of like good energy. So like your ability to connect to like a happiness or a joy while other things may be like completely out of control is something that can be like a saving grace during a lot of this stuff because you have a lot that's happening when it talks about like that 10th and fourth house axis is a very important one. It's one that kind of like drives a lot of other things in your life and whatever happens there also affects you and your relationships. So like your relationships are also having something going on, different changes where there's maybe some more authenticity coming out. Maybe your partner's becoming more authentic or maybe you're getting a little more authentic and you want to switch things up. Maybe like they're just different things that are happening in your life to where like you're experiencing like a lot of instability. Like whenever anything's happening in the mutable signs, it's kind of lighting up your whole life. And having just like a more positive outlook or something like that can really make a difference, right? And during this time where you're having like your friends and your like your creations and things that you bring into this world being highlighted, it can help bring a more supportive like energy into your life because those are energies that are meant to support us that they make positive aspects to you yourself, right? So having like something that's bringing back okay this energy here to where like you need to connect with your friends, you need to maybe see what's going on with your friendships and maybe things that maybe you're not understanding or seeing as they really are, maybe some different wounds that you've experienced in your friendships, and maybe understand how exactly you are, like the different parts of you are connected to that wounding that maybe needs to be healed during this time. And you're going to get the opportunity to explore these different things in a way that's going to make it to where these areas of your life that are supposed to be supportive of you and supposed to be like helping you throughout life are going to be a lot better able to do so because you will have done some of the work and like maybe picked up on some of the energies that before maybe you weren't able to connect to.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And that was amazing. But I totally feel like this Virgo South node and the 10th, it's like anytime the nodes go through the 10th and the 4th, there's like a life rearrangement that starts happening. Like, and so it likely does feel like there's been a rearranging of your life in some way. And I think there will be some Sag risings out there that do relate to this in terms of career or in terms of whatever it is you do for work, whatever path you've been on in life, even if it's not a work path, even if you're a van lifer and you're traveling the world in your van, like if that's been your path, like whatever it's been, whatever you have been trying to do out in the world, it's like I feel like the Virgo South node in the 10th is almost like letting go of the titles, the boxes, the maybe old skills, old strategies, old ways of doing things in your life or with your career. Like, maybe you were really known for something and now you're realizing that that's not really what you want to be known for anymore. Or maybe, you had all these different titles or you're trying to be an expert in something and you're kind of like, I don't really care. Or maybe there's certain events that it's not something that's even happening inside of you. Maybe it's something that's happening outside of you that's kind of pushing you to reflect on these things. And to kind of find your foundation within with the fourth house, to kind of find that trust and that faith. And it's kind of like a rearranging of life where it's like, what was maybe so important to you that you obsessed about, that you overanalyzed, that you criticized, that you were so freaking into for so long to do with a goal or a career or something you were going towards, something you were trying to achieve, it's like maybe in some way that's becoming a bit more unimportant lately, or it's changing in some way, and it's pushing you to have more trust in your family, your home life, the things that are really important to you, your foundation, your private life, your personal life. Um, and through that rearranging, whatever changes have been going on in your career and your family life, it's almost like I could see even with like fourth house Pisces, like maybe you realize, oh, like, you have a hard moment of realizing like we don't live forever. And those that are in our lives, like we need to cherish them when they're here or something. And maybe my career goals haven't really been the focus that, I needed to have right now. And for some of you. And then others of you, with the Libra 11th house and Venus moving from Virgo to Libra, and all the Libra action we'll have this month. The 11th house can also be like acquaintances that we have from our career. And so, like people that we meet, networking opportunities. And so, it's like you may find that you have some networking opportunities in October with Venus being at home in Libra and being so well positioned there, where you have some really charming, influential connections with people, or some parties or events where you can connect with other people and potentially figure out some things to do with your work, because Venus does rule your sixth house. And so there could be some kind of, problem solving that happens through your connections with other people this month. And then, also just with the 12th house focus of like Mars and Mercury there in your 12th, it's like there's a lot of internal breakthroughs, maybe even battles or subconscious shifts that are happening behind the scenes, to kind of help you break out of maybe old cycles of sabotage, shame, suffering, pain, resentment, um, that are just holding you back in some way. And it's kind of helping bring these things to your focus, likely through a lot of symbolism, dreams, maybe even like if you meditations, like things like that as well. So,
Yeah, I like that because also one of the things that you kind of made me touch on, like think about that, like I was going to take one side and then like you said it, I was like, okay, because it can also deal with that. Like when you were talking about the how finite life is, like how like having that consciousness brought there to where like you're like, okay, well, I have to appreciate things while I can. I need to understand that things like there's a whole cycle. There's a circle of life, right? Like it seems really cliche, but it's so true, and it will ring true during this time as well because you have different connections here that are bringing very important parts of your life, like Pisces ruling the fourth. And some people may actually be starting to think more about their parents, their lineage, and just how that brings back a whole lot more, connecting that as well to the eighth house focus that you're going to have naturally because that is the ruler of your chart, Jupiter, there in the eighth. That is showing that you've got some perspective that can be gained here, bringing you back to the 12th house, which can again show you a lot of like the closing of cycles and like how just the importance of understanding just how big things are and connecting in a different way to a lot of this energy. And you may get some really great breakthroughs with that self-sabotaging things because something Tony had mentioned in one of the other signs was like there's that energy of breakthrough when you've got the Mercury and Mars together, and there's going to be the chance of you having an amazing breakthrough in that you know 12th house side of your life where it's the heavier energies, or they're energies that are like possibly a lot harder to deal with normally, but there's energy here that's flowing in such a way that can help really shift a lot of the way that you connect to past traumas, maybe the way that you connect to death, maybe the way that you maybe avoid certain topics, and maybe you avoid certain things that have actually ended up playing into a lot of self-destructive tendencies that you may actually start to understand now, gain perspective, and really shift the way that you move, because we're talking about the fourth house as well, where you're going to have to put in that work to really establish the foundations. And you having the energy now and the mental capacity connecting with your energy and connecting with your drive to really help you create that foundation that's going to be necessary for everything else that you're going to be building on afterwards.
yeah, I love everything that you just said. That was so incredible, especially about the fourth, eighth, 12th, and being like breaking of these, because all of those houses deal with like really deep internal change, and breakthroughs and cycles, and we were even talking like before we started filming this about how I was saying I kind of felt with like that grand water trine happening towards the end of the month, and around like the 20th, 21st, how like Saturn and Pisces was kind of like I kept kind of getting like this life after death or this like kind of elderly passing kind of energy, like where there's this transcendence and not all death is literal and not all death is finite. It's just because obviously energy is not created nor destroyed, you know what I mean? So yeah, I really love what you said about all of that because that's so true for those houses specifically. And so it's almost like, can you let go of the past? 12th house Scorpio. I mean, Scorpio holds grudges, you know? So Scorpio in the 12th is like, can you let go of the past to enough to be able to liberate, you know, yourself, to set yourself free? Sag rising, you know, all about freedom. Uranus opposing your sign right now in Gemini. Like, can you set yourself free from the past? Can you set yourself free from old grudges, old resentments, old things that are poisoning your system, even if they're not grudges or resentment, even if it's not anger, even if it's just pain, even if it's just suffering, even if it's just like, you know, sabotage or like whatever times where you felt like you failed or, you know, yeah, I think like it's so much about that with this grand water trine starting to occur and build this month.
Yeah, I also like something that's really interesting that maybe not everybody will be open to, but I'm pretty sure a lot of your followers are, is there's the notion of generational curses, generational things that are happening. And if you look at the different configurations, you've got possibly a connection to like some type of hidden enemy or something like that, something connecting you to your roots, your lineage, and then Jupiter there in the eighth also connecting us to more occult things where there's possibly a chance where some people will have a breakthrough. And knowing that you yourself are connected to this, because we're talking about your first house and your fourth house bringing you to your eighth house, there's a chance that you may actually be able to have a breakthrough for some generational stuff that needed to be handled. And maybe you'll be able to see how maybe some of the stuff that you're dealing with doesn't necessarily have to deal with things that you've done particularly. And maybe it's something that's coming from before you that you've inherited because eighth house is also inheritances. And maybe you're going to be able to really figure some things out during this time, especially like if you feel like that's something you've been dealing with and you've kind of had those vibes like there's something happening here, you might be able to figure some stuff out and really have breakthroughs there.
Oh, I love that. Yes, it's like a witch wound, you know, like
Yeah,
especially with
yeah,
like 12th house Scorpio, like, oh
yeah.
yeah, like
It's all super deep. It totally, yeah.
yeah,
You can make that come to mind.
yeah, that makes so much sense. And also with Mercury ruling your seventh and being in your 12th, and you said hidden enemies in that aspect of like the 12th house too. It's like,
Yeah.
and all the Libra placements in the 11th, Pluto in the third. It definitely feels like there could, and Mercury ruling your 10th as well, and being in your 12th again, like it's like all connecting. But you could definitely be like Sag risings, and this may not be for all of you, but there definitely could be some like some people you're dealing with that are really annoying or really on your nerves or like really like I literally wrote this down and I was gonna write this down because I just felt like it was gonna be important for one of the other signs. I didn't think it was gonna be important for Sag, but it might be. And I just heard this recently again. I had forgotten all about it, but I heard this recently again, and it just came to my mind while we were talking about this. But it's the story of like Buddha. He was like teaching a group of people, and some guy came over and just started like yelling really mean things, and you know, and Buddha just ignored him. And the guy kept yelling, and Buddha just ignored him. And then finally, the guy was like, "Why are you ignoring me?" And Buddha said something along the lines like, if you give me a gift and I decide not to take the gift from you, whose gift is it? And then the guy was like, well, it would be mine. And he's like, exactly. You're giving me something. You're trying to give me anger, and I'm deciding not to take it from you. And so it's like, and you know, somebody that was a very profound teacher in my life once said, if someone lays something at your feet, you don't have to pick it up. You don't always have to pick it up. And so I think that that could come in handy for some of you guys that are Sag risings this month in some way, just because I don't know, that came up and I feel like just kind of like an intuitive thing, but it would kind of make sense in some of your guys' charts, especially if you're having some wonky relationship stuff happening or there's some wonky social stuff kind of going on in your life right now. Um, I think understanding that power is not your ability to stuff it down or get revenge. Power is your ability to not be emotionally triggered and affected by what somebody else does. And not to say that if you get triggered that you're not powerful, it's what you do with that trigger when it happens, you know? Do you go inward and you look at why this is triggering you, or do you completely project it onto other people? Do you blame the mirror because it's showing you something that you don't want to see? Again, Libra on the 11th. Or do you look at yourself like you have to move for your reflection to move? Okay, so yeah, I think like, and I kind of wish I would have said this for Scorpio risings too, because this would have been really good for them. But like, um, Scorpio rising and like even like Mars and Mercury coming together is like a maniacal laugh, like you know, like a maniac laughing. You know what I mean? And there's something so alive about that because it's almost like you're just embracing your energy, but something is not like having the ability to uh trigger something negative within you. It's like, you know, just kind of having this like laughing at the face of danger or something. You know what I mean? Like it's like in that moment, like in really like messed up like movies and stuff where they like go to like torture someone or something and the person actually ends up like laughing about it and is not being tortured, like is not taking the torture as torture at all. It completely takes the power away. You know what I mean? And I just feel like that has something to do with this 12th house Scorpio stuff and some of the other placements. But yeah, that was definitely good. Alrighty. So you ready to move on?
Yeah.
Alrighty, Capricorn. I love my Capricorn peeps. I don't know why. I feel like at least I used to. I don't know if I do as much now, but I used to have a lot of Capricorn people like that watched my videos and that always related. And so when I used to do these videos like separately, my Capricorn videos always did like one
A
of the
lot better. Yeah.
yeah. So
My
um,
Gemini ones too.
really, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I have Gemini hit off sometimes, but my Capricorn videos, like literally, I mean, almost, I think some of my highest viewed videos on my channel are Capricorn readings. So it's just, yeah. But alrighty. So for Capricorn risings, we have a lot going on in your 10th house this month since it is Libra season and Venus will be transiting through there. Um, you know, we're coming out of this massive time of your ninth, going into your 10th, and then we also have Mars and Mercury in your 11th for most of the month as well. So, um, there seems to be quite a focus on career, long-term goals, your future, your reputation, where you're going in life, and maybe navigating some professional, important, prominent relationships, or even relationships with authority figures this month. And some new beginnings starting here in terms of like career, future, etc., just on like a more basic level. Um, so do you want to start us after that, Will?
Yeah, well, I think that there's some interesting things happening here as well. I have a Tinder spot for the Saturnian people, the Capricorns and Aquarians, because there's so much that's happening with Saturn right now to where I'm like, oh, I feel for you guys. Like legitimately, life has been so hard for y'all. Like I know it. Like I know it. And I have very important people in my life. I've had clients that are like they've been going through it, right? And a lot of that is linked to what we have going on here with Saturn now back in Pisces, where like you're going to be working towards really figuring things out. Some people are going to have to like set boundaries with their siblings. Some people are gonna have to like set up different boundaries with the way that they communicate, the way that maybe some people are gonna have to set up boundaries and maybe restrict some of their social media intake as well. Like that might be good for some of you. But there's something happening here to where like, I think it's interesting to see the fact that Venus has just gone from a place where she was really trying to help you figure out maybe some of your the way that you see the world, like the way that you are envisioning life as well. Like there's maybe your connection to God, your connection to like the bigger things in life, right? And maybe how you need to reconfigure that because as we start the month, she's still going through that, right? And then she moves into a place where maybe you're going to take some of the lessons and things that you learned during that time and bring it into your career to where maybe you start to switch things up in your career. Maybe you start to have more luck in your career because you're starting to really reevaluate things because Venus rules over not only your career sector, or not even just career, like your public image, and those like lifelong goals and things, but also it's connecting to your fifth house and like the things that you bring into this world, things that you create. And maybe some of you are like creators, and maybe it's going to be connecting to like a way that you start to do that as well, because that Saturn in the third house can also apply to some people that start to now create different things or interact with social media, or they do like a different way of communicating and working with things in that sense, right? But I do feel like there's going to be some importance brought in here to where like now you're having to have like you're getting a chance to have more more dominion, or like you're going to start to feel more connected to your career, and then that other side of things where it could just also be like you enjoying life and being connected to like having fun, and maybe you finding yourself like a new hobby or something like that can also help you somehow with your career. Like there are different ways that this can actually play out for different people, but there's going to be some importance here to where like you're able to go from a position where these areas of your life have been kind of like downtrodden to where now you're starting to connect more, and you're starting to really feel yourself again and really connect. And at the same time, you're going to possibly start to have like different breakthroughs when it comes through to your friendships and the friend groups. And again, if you have like an audience or something like that as well, that could be for some people where you've got like a breakthrough here and you're starting to really connect a lot there in that area of your life as well.
Yes. Yes. This is a huge social month.
Yeah.
Huge social time, because not only do you have Jupiter in the seventh, Saturn back into Pisces, Neptune moving back into Pisces later in October, ton of Pisces in the third, and then Mars and Mercury in the 11th, and that grand water trine that's going to be forming at the end of the month. And Libra, all the Libra stuff in the 10th. You know what I mean? It's just like social, 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 social. It's like I'm really getting like collaboration, bringing different people together, bringing different communities together, being a part of maybe different events, different social circles, different, things. But this may be giving you clues or ideas for things that you want to do in the spotlight or in your career. And something I was also getting is this almost like a very specific situation and story. Maybe it's only going to relate to one person watching this, or maybe it's going to relate to several. I won't spend too much time on it. I feel like all the Virgo Pisces stuff that we've had for some Capricorns has been, especially that Virgo South Node in the ninth, has been kind of like an unraveling of old belief systems that were based around judgment, criticism, old titles, labels, structures, even educational pursuits. I think some Capricorn risings may be feeling a bit lost right now because they put so much on these beliefs, this structure, this way of looking at the world, and they are seeing it unravel before their very eyes. And now, we're moving into Libra season, and it's like, okay, well, moving on. Now what do you want to do for your life? And it's kind of like, well, fuck, I don't even know what I think anymore. I don't even know what I believe anymore, or I don't even know like who I am without these beliefs anymore. And now I got to focus on my career, like what? Like I got to focus on how I'm going to like move forward at this point. Like maybe some like younger Capricorn risings like realized, you know what, I'm going to school for a major that I actually don't really want to be in anymore. Like I want to change my major, or I don't even want to go to school anymore. Like the North Node in the third and Pisces, the third house can be alternative beliefs. The third house can be like more of the goddess, more of the unknown kind of stuff, whereas the ninth house can be more of the known, religious, kind of accepted forms of belief systems and education. And so maybe some Capricorn risings decide, you know what, I don't need to go to this huge, you know, um, prominent school or this huge prominent church. Like maybe I find maybe I find God, or maybe I find my beliefs, or maybe I find what I really feel and think just through being more present and going out in nature on a day-to-day basis, or doing things in my community, or being around other people, collaborating with other people, or starting a podcast, or like so many different things, like putting my feet in the ocean every day and just like breathing. When you were saying like getting off social media, potentially like social, I was getting, because that would be so like Pisces third house, like social media detox or cleanse, like Pisces third house, like that would be so literal. And with Saturn there as well, like, and so, but there may be some Capricorn risings kind of going through that narrative of like, really this unraveling of things that you thought you had to believe in, or like this kind of strict structure for what your life was supposed to look like and the steps you were supposed to take. And maybe you did it all perfectly and you completed all the list. And now you're like, with Virgo in the ninth, and now you're like, wait, again, Libra, 10th, have I just been doing all of this for other people? Have I just been conditioned to think this way? Like, so it's really coming back down to what do you actually think rather than what does the world think? Like not judging the world or judging yourself based on what's going on in the world, but more so coming back down to your day-to-day life, your day-to-day reality, with Pisces in the third, and your day-to-day moments. And then also with the 10th house Libra, there could be a sense of, for some of you, I also think that there's this sense of, with the ninth house activated, the 10th house being Libra, justice, fairness, and, truth seeking in terms of the world or in terms of the things that you believe. Again, maybe getting involved in spiritual or charitable communities or organizations in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, I think it's kind of like, what are what do you want to learn from the world versus what talents and skills do you already have innate within you? And can you use some of those things that you already have innate within you to bring things together, bring kind of social shifts together within your own personal life, which then ripple out from there, if that makes sense.
Yes, I like that. And I also think that I feel like some Capricorn risings are probably actually going to be drawn to start to work locally in their own neighborhoods and in their own communities, right? Because there's a lot of this energy that's showing that like there is an unraveling of a lot of the information, a lot of their beliefs and everything that they've been holding for a while is unraveling, as you said, right? So it's going to bring them back to that more like basic and elementary thing to where they're starting to think, and especially with Saturn being their ruler, it's bringing them back into a place where they're like, maybe I need to start like working in a more like local manner to where I can start to help breakthroughs with my groups and like with different maybe social groups or different friend groups or different what are those things called, like where you create like like societies and things like that, like where it's affecting a few different things and creating breakthroughs there and maybe helping people on a local level truly connect to the fact, like, because I feel like there are probably a lot of people that are having a lot of belief systems just kind of unraveling, right? So like seeing as the Capricorn rising people are like embodying a lot of this stuff happening right now, they're going to be able to have a different way of approaching and connecting people, especially because we are talking about connecting things because we've got that Saturn, Jupiter, and the Mars and Mercury thing, to where there's going to be a lot of things to where they might be able to help people with a lot of the breakthroughs, like from working in a more local position or taking things back to a more elementary position to where they're able to do things. And maybe if they are people that are still working with like social media and things like that, their way of connecting things and like helping people rebuild from the bottom there is going to be something that's going to be uniquely Saturnian, uniquely Capricornian in this sense, because they're good at building on systems and they're good at like making things happen there. So like they've got a very interesting ability to do this, especially because they've just gone through a place where maybe they've had different things happening in their home life that have been kind of putting them through it to where like they're able to now connect that to their community and see how other people in the community have also been going through things, and they're able to then make the right connections with people. They're able to make connections with people that are going to help them then just create so many things, because as Tawny mentioned earlier, there is going to be possibly a connection with somebody prominent. There's going to be the opportunity there to where some of you are going to be able to really, like if this is talking to you, you might be able to create something and start to really work from that local area, that basic area, to where you're able to create the breakthroughs that you probably want to see now, because you're seeing life differently. You're starting to see maybe things aren't what I've been told. Maybe this life that I built up hasn't been what all I thought it was. And me going through this and crumbling is going to help others as well start to build up and create a new life and create a whole new structure there.
Yeah, yeah, totally. And something else that's really, really interesting too, and we didn't talk about this, but it does the Aries full moon happens at the very beginning of the month, okay? And then the second half of the month, like right around the 21st, we have the Libra new moon. And I think this is really interesting because these cardinal energies here, what seems to be happening is that your relationship, whoever you're in a relationship with, is really connected to the social side of what's going on, the watery side, the third, seventh, 11th. So, whatever changes are being made for you on a local level or with siblings, family members, extended family members, and your neighborhood community, your lifestyle on a day to day basis, plus your networking and the alliances that you're making, your relationships really seems to be on board with. But this Aries full moon that we're going to have in the fourth towards the beginning of the month kind of tells me that maybe, like, especially if you live with your significant other and partner, maybe you're having trouble. It's like you may have this, you may be having trouble like getting on the same page with Aries in the fourth, especially. Like there may be some conflict of interest here, some conflict of like you want to do something, but your significant other wants to do something else. And I think what you're going to realize this month is that both can be true at the same time with Libra and the 10th. It's like you guys can both go, or maybe there's an intersection of both of your goals or both of what you want in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you compromise, and then therefore Jupiter starts really harmoniously working with your third and 11th house and your social life. And so it's like your social life just really starts coming together in a really powerful, transformative way. So that was something else I kind of noticed too that I thought was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I really like that too because the moon is the one ruling Jupiter in the seventh. So again, it just kind of doubles down on that everything you were just saying. So I feel like for a lot more people, this could actually be like the case where like maybe start off on a rocky rocky point here in the beginning of the month with the tensions that are brought to light, right? But maybe during that time you'll also gain perspective afterwards on like, okay, this is actually how this can work out and how we can get on the same page to then break through and make all kinds of amazing things happen. I love it.
Yeah, because even after that, we have that Aries full moon right on the 6th, and then after that, it's going to move up and go into Cancer, your 7th, where it will then conjunct Jupiter, your partner, and so there will be like, oh wait, okay, I kind of maybe do understand your side a little bit, and then it will come make a new moon, which then creates this new beginning in career, long-term goals, and it's like maybe you and another person, whether it be your relationship or even if it's like, it's you, but your relationship's now on board with it, or you are finding, because Libra deals with others, so it's like you're finding collaboration is key in some way this month. It really, really looks like here. So, alrighty, alrighty. Thank you, Capricorn risings. We are gonna move. Oh, I've been totally forgetting my my normal routine with doing these horoscopes.
Oh, to watch the beginning, right?
Well, no, I mean, we didn't
Oh,
really do a beginning of this
definitely.
one, but usually like comment sexy Capricorn rising down below, let us know how
Oh,
you
yeah.
feel. All of that jazz. So didn't totally forgot. Been like thrown off, but it's fine. Aquarius risings. Would you like to start us off on this one?
Alrighty. For the Aquarius risings, I think that like, I'm always drawn back, right? Especially with you, Pluto retrograde, who will actually station and go direct. So, some of you may have been dealing with like different issues where like you're just really like obsessing over certain things and different aspects of yourself that you're being really hard on yourself. Maybe you'll start to give yourself a bit of grace, especially because grace is going to be a big part of what you have going on during this time as you're trying to figure out where exactly you're taking your life. I think that some people are probably, again, the Aquarius risings, you're ruled by Saturn, and Saturn has recently gone back as well into Pisces, taking you back to old problems, old things that you maybe need to resolve, old situations that you're really getting a chance to close up on now, right? But it was you were in a position to where like you were suffering, you had a lot going on, and then in the beginning of September, like things kind of moved back into another position to where like maybe you're getting a little more grounding now, maybe you're starting to figure things out a little better, but like you're still having to deal with maybe this self-doubting and a lot of things like that are just kind of like wreaking havoc on you. And with Venus moving from your eighth house into your ninth house during this month, you might also start to see how your relationship to different tendencies and different bad talk and self-talk, like they're just your way of connecting to yourself can possibly change as well as things start to like really as the ship starts to move, it starts to change, right? um and having a lot of energy being placed on that ninth house and third house axis, you're really starting to gain perspective. And that perspective might be part of what actually really starts to maybe in the beginning here, or maybe like towards the end of Libra season, as we get close to that Libra new moon, like maybe there's like some tensions that are kind of brought about, and something that's going to help you maybe reevaluate or figure out what some of that that harder energy that you've been dealing with within yourself is, to where you can start to create a change and start to really maybe figure things out and create the momentum necessary for you to really move into yourself and move into your life. I just feel like if you're really trying to approach things in your old way of doing them, you might find that it's not working, and you might find out that possibly that's part of the reason why you're dealing with so many issues and you've had so many hard times is because you've been stuck in old patterns. And as Saturn like is helping you figure that out, you're gonna figure out maybe I need to readjust like the ways that I'm approaching things, and maybe maybe your finances are also playing into things. Maybe some people are having really hard financial times, and that's also playing a big part in like a lot of the issues that you're having. Because when you have financial issues, a lot of times, especially for Saturnian people, it's affecting your stability and that baseline, and you really cannot handle not having that baseline handled, right? So having yourself being brought back into this position to where like you're dealing with, oh gosh, like what am I doing with my finances? How am I going to figure that out? Like maybe you start to actually figure this stuff out because there's different energies that are connecting during this time, during this month, that are going to help you really gain perspective. You're going to have Jupiter making a connection to Mars and Mercury in your 10th house, bringing you to your career. And then that's going to be connecting you to your second house as well, to where like now you're going to start to see where you have the opportunity to really figure things out. For all of the Aquarius people out there that have been just kind of going through it, and I feel like a lot of you probably have been since for a while actually, but very specifically, maybe the heat was turned up in the end of May, and you start to like really figure things out now as like you start to go back, and you like it's not comfortable to have to go back. It's not comfortable to have your life being brought back, especially because the Saturnian energies are not connected just to your first house; it's connecting to your 12th house as well, and it's really hard on that mental side of things, to where like now maybe you're going to start to really have a change. You're going to have like some insight that comes through, and you're going to want to pay attention to that time where the insight is coming through and helping you really possibly make a breakthrough in that financial sector of your life that's just touching on these different things, where you're going to have to figure out like your maybe routines need to be readjusted. Maybe you need to change up your diet because your diet also is affecting other aspects of your life. And just you'll start to see how things start to connect throughout the month, because we go through like hard times and then it starts to change into a point where like things get better. They might get intense. I'm not gonna lie about that, but you start to really gain perspective, possibly, if you're paying attention and letting life kind of move you where it's trying to.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was really, really good. I totally feel when I look at this chart, especially coming out of, the eclipse season last month of the 2nd and 8th, that Aquarius risings were have really and really are getting a lot of lessons this year in trusting, in terms of resources, in terms of being taken care of. It's like you're moving into a time where it's like you're releasing old cycles to do with, maybe survival, maybe old values, maybe, like you said, things that are just no longer working. And I really feel for some reason when I look at Pisces in the second for Aquarius risings, that this is really about getting into some kind of like spiritual rhythm, in some kind of way, like getting out of your head, getting more into, um, some type of spirituality to be able to have that. Because your second house is kind of like your self's foundation. It's kind of like the foundation of your identity. Your fourth house is like your physical foundation, as in like home and stuff, but like the second house is really like what you rely upon to be you. And so if that is money, resources, and sometimes that can even be things that you're dependent on, whether they be habits or values or priorities or whatever. But that foundation for you has to be trust, which also goes into trusting yourself and trusting the intuitive instincts that you have to do certain things. And if you're not trusting that and you're relying too much on making a plan and material gains and material resources and material things, and you're clinging too much to the material, that's always going to lead you down this like vicious cycle where you're losing things, or you're dealing with loss, or you're dealing with things that are not, working out. But it's like the more that you trust, and the more that you trust in your own intuition, and the more that you trust in your own faith and your own values and your own morals, the more that you are rewarded. And I feel like some of you may have even been rewarded in some way. Jupiter in the sixth, um, with like a work situation. Maybe there has been like a focus on your health, your routines, trying to rise above old dependency issues on things, especially with Cancer in the sixth. Like, what are you codependent on? What habits, addictions, cycles are you codependent on, that you think are keeping you more in a natural rhythm, but really aren't? And then on top of that, when I look at your 10th house this month and this grand water trine that's going to begin to happen, it's like there's a letting go, but a letting go that leads to freedom when you can trust that it is leading to some kind of freedom. And it's also What also makes me think you were rewarded, some of you guys were rewarded or are being rewarded in the health or work department, is also because of your 10th house Scorpio, Mars Mercury conjunction this month. It's like some of you guys are stepping into positions of power or leadership. Or maybe you're just dealing with somebody in power or leadership for some of you. But it seems to me like there's definitely going to be a power and leadership theme this month, and stepping into the kind of person that you want to be in that situation, which comes back down to your values and trusting in your intuition, trusting in yourself, trusting in your softness. I know Aquarian rising, like, oh, I've got to be, hard and look like I have my shit together and appear like I'm very intelligent and humble and caring and like all of that. But it's like, um, are you truly allowing yourself to feel what you're feeling? Are you truly allowing yourself to listen to your intuition? Are you truly allowing yourself to listen to your instincts and your values? Or are you, like Will said, feeding into like negative self-talk? And again, with this whole Pisces thing, grace, forgiving yourself, um, really forgiving yourself and having grace with yourself and releasing old attachments, whether they be to things, addictions, habits, lifestyles, people, whatever they may be, is what I really see when I look at this.
My attention's being brought to the ninth house and how there's that new beginning that's going to come about towards the end of Libra season when we have that new moon in Libra, that change in perspective, possibly that change in like your possibly some people might change their religion. They might have a different way of approaching that, and how that's in opposition to the different things that are happening, maybe the different wounding that you might be feeling or connected to when it comes to maybe some people have been dealing with different practices or like different types of spiritual practices, different um like I don't know, like the different spiritual practices that aren't necessarily the common ones, right? And some people may begin to connect to a different way of approaching God, approaching life, seeing the world, maybe even seeing foreign lands and whatnot, because there's also the connection here between the neighborhood, your local space. Maybe something happens here to where you're like, all right, there's just too much happening here. I'm having issues there. When we have the Aries full moon, maybe something's brought to your attention about like where it is that you're at right now. You're not really happy. You're not connecting to it. There's some type of harsh energies coming here that you just don't want to deal with anymore. So later on, you decide, all right, maybe it's time for me to move. Maybe it's time for me to go on to a different place or just change possibly even just the way that you're thinking about things in a way that's going to again help support different changes throughout the rest of your life.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. It's so funny. My One of my good friends is an Aquarius rising, and she's very, very Aquarian rising, like very like, activist, like all involved in like what's going on around here and in the world and just all the things. And so I really see this as like that ninth house Libra as like truth, justice, fairness, focusing on the imbalances in the world, but also the Aries full moon, being in the third house, like she was saying, how she keeps kind of meeting these different people that are involved in these different, trying to make change happen in the way that she wants to, and how she wants to start being more involved in that. And so I could totally see that Aries full moon right around the 6th being like, okay, what changes are you wanting to kind of be a part of in your local environment, in your town, in your neighborhood? Is there something that you're fighting against? Is there something that you're fighting for? Is there some kind of conflict going around you? Now, even if you're not like a super activist kind of Aquarian person, this could even just be like siblings or extended family members, or going on a short trip to like by yourself to like clear your head or something. But either way, I think that there definitely is kind of a perspective shift happening here. And it is kind of going to bring you back to your own, with that Aries energy in the third, your own ideals, your own opinions that you strongly believe in. or even releasing things that you no longer believe in. But either way, it's bringing you back to a sense of independence, and kind of individuality in terms of what you feel and what you believe, in terms of what's going on around you and in your environment and your day-to-day life and in your neighborhood and city. And then that new moon towards the end of the month, like right around the 21st, is going to be more of like, um, some kind of new beginning that starts forming in terms of how you feel about your bigger beliefs about the world and why we're here and what's going on, and things like that. And so yeah, I definitely can kind of see that for Aquarian risings, and also like some truth-telling energy a little bit, because Mars conjunct Mercury in the 10th. It's like, maybe it's not like you rising into leadership necessarily. Maybe, I mean, it still could be. And even again, third house Aries, full moon earlier in the month, also could be you rising into leadership in your local environment in some way, or you taking the lead, taking action on something. But also it could be that you are rising up against, something in terms of the world at large, or some kind of bigger thing, or an authority figure, or something like that. Now, as a Libra sun myself and a Leo rising, very opposite of Aquarius rising, I do like to say this, usually around this time of year, and because we just had Mars moving through Libra, which probably brought a lot of, kind of justice on a bigger level playing out, maybe on a local level for some Aquarian risings, or, something like that. But you do have to be careful, that when fighting something, that you don't become the very thing that you're fighting against. That is some Libra wisdom that I have just really witnessed over the years. And with Libra, and as a Libra, like one of my biggest pet peeves is hypocrisy, and especially like blatant hypocrisy. And it's something that I realize a lot in people, because again, just duality and polarity. In every shadow there is light, and every light there is dark. So it's like, not to say that you can't have beliefs, or that you can't stand for something, like do that all day, right? It's more so just be careful on, at a time like this where there's so much shadow in the air, with Mars in Scorpio, Mercury in Scorpio, Saturn back in Pisces, shadow season beginning, like this is showing us the other side of things. That's what this season is all about. That's why Libra starts this season. It's like there's another side of looking at things. And I've really been describing like the world, and even social media, and like all of that, everything that happens, like a disco ball. And if you're looking only at one side of it, you're only going to see that one side of it, but you're going to think that you're going to be so sure that that one side of it is so true, and is the only way of looking at it, and is the is what's happening, is real. But it's like it may not be, because you're only seeing a very small part of it. You're not seeing the whole thing. And so I think just keeping that in mind, can be really helpful in a time like this. I wish there was, like, I don't know, I feel like there's, I don't know. I feel like there's something else here, but I just don't know what it is.
Yeah,
It's,
see, that's why I feel like there's something there too. Like
I know, it's like I feel
there's
like I'm missing something, but I don't know what. It hasn't come to me. It's like I feel like it's something to do with things we already went over, but it's almost like something deeper or more personal.
yeah,
And it's been bothering me too. I'm like, what is it? Um, I think it's like, again, with the North Node in the second house in Pisces, it is like kind of coming back to your vision for yourself, for your life, for the things that you want to have. And also, how that plays out in terms of health, and um, taking care of yourself and nurturing yourself. Self-care. Self-care is really big. Jupiter in the sixth. Make sure you're really taking care of yourself. And I
oh,
know there's like this kind of interesting dynamic, I feel like, here between other people with Aquarius and the self, and this love-hate relationship with humans in general with Aquarius. But I think that, yeah, it's just kind of a mixture. It's like, having people that are important to you, but also making sure that you're important to you as well. And that doesn't make you selfish. And I think that's a huge Aquarian thing because it's like, oh, well, am I selfish because I'm focusing on myself or because I'm allowing myself to be happy, when maybe not everybody in the world is happy. And it's like, no, that doesn't make you a bad person, like you're not you being unhappy in your life because not everybody else is happy doesn't make everybody else happy, it doesn't really do anything except add to more unhappiness, and so um, yeah, I don't know if that was exactly it or not, but
Yeah, I don't know because I'm also thinking too that there's something about the picture that comes through because a lot of what we were dealing with in October is a continuation of stuff that we were dealing with in September because September just being such a crazy month for just so many activations on Virgo and Pisces on that axis, and Venus still starting off this month in Virgo, and then she conjuncts the South Node to where like she's bringing us back to like a lot of the things that maybe need to be let go, some of the stuff that needs to be revisited, and maybe some of because eighth house is also very connected to possibly past traumas and things like that, and our way of like maybe needing to heal some of that, maybe our need to really reconnect in a different way and have more faith and connect to something that's possibly also affecting our finances when it comes to like these belief systems, this way that we see the world that is really not helping in the long run. And the maybe I think Virgo also has a way of just like kind of focusing in on like tiny details and focusing on things that don't really matter. And maybe like this chokehold that you have on your finances or your way of like approaching things in that area of life is really also affecting the other side of things to where like the the energy has to find a way to rebalance itself, and Venus is very much connected to a lot of like to wealth. She's connected to finances, she's connected to money, and her going through that is just kind of possibly helping you understand another side of things because Pisces is also the exaltation of Venus. This is where like you're having to understand that you need to connect to things in a different way. And maybe also another thing that's connected to it as well is like Virgo's very connected to the lack, the side of things where it goes really negative really fast. Like this is a very Virgo thing. I've got a lot of placements in Virgo, and that's just we hone in on like tiny things that are like issues or possible issues, and we come up with a whole bunch of other issues that don't even exist, right? And like you're gonna have to let that go, and maybe as you let that stuff go you will start to feel more abundance. You're gonna start to have more greatness come into that area of your life that's talking about your finances, especially because there is that connection happening between Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and Mercury. Like there's a whole lot of life that's connecting us to a different way of doing things. So if you're an Aquarius rising and you've been going through it with your finances and you're like the finances have been throwing you off again, like like Saturn people do not like having like not having the stability that is created by having your finances be out of whack, right? Um, you might actually be able to create that stability that's also going to affect your health because what happens in this area of your life is very directly affecting your health as well. You have a different connection to your finances right now because maybe it's because you're not able to afford treatments that you need. Maybe it's because of whatever. Like there are different ways that maybe it's just the stress, especially stress because we're talking about 12th house as well, where that stress that you've been dealing with that's been created, especially dealing with the fact that like Saturn has been in your fourth and your third house as well, to where like you've just had like a lot of energy where like you've had things just kind of stack up on top of each other to where like your life is just seems unbearable, right? It's just so much is happening. I'm happy that you could actually see a breakthrough. You can actually see a change in perspective. You can see what needs to be done to put everything else into order, especially this financial section of your life, to where you are going to possibly be able to really connect the dots and bam, make the breakthroughs, have things line up to where that area of your life that has just been kind of wreaking havoc for years now, you can start to put the structure there and you'll have the necessary drive to, and the not just the drive, the connection between your drive and the way that you think to actually establish and create the boundaries that you might need to set there. Maybe you don't have the right boundaries in that area of your life because you just haven't been able to figure it out. The perspective change with Saturn, your ruler, making a connection to the ruler of Pisces can help you gain that perspective to help you gain the support that you need as well, because there's some support that's necessary here. And maybe it's dealing with like setting up your routines and figuring out some of that stuff. And if it's dealing with a health thing, maybe you need to set up your diet. Maybe you need to set up the routines to help support that as well, to where like you start to really give yourself a foundation that is very crucial for Saturn people. Like to then build upon because you'll have a different connection. You'll have the aha, this is what it is. This is what I need to do. And maybe some people have like a job come through and it'll help again, with a lot of the stress that has just been wearing down on you for some Aquarius risings.
Yeah, yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I had all kinds of things coming through while you were speaking, by the way. First off, the question that I would ask yourself as Aquarius risings, that really goes into a lot of what you said and some of what I said before. Um, are your resources feeding your soul? And I think that's a really good question to ask yourself because with the eighth house south node in Virgo, it's like unraveling, all of this perfectionism and critique with what's coming in or even other people's finances. Like, maybe somehow you're involved with other people's money and you're like, analyzing that and why are they doing this and why aren't they doing that? Like, it could even, it's almost like perfectionism with giving and receiving. And that's really what this is about with the eighth second house. To like narrow it down, I think it's like giving and receiving and how open is your receptivity and how unbalanced is your giving or vice versa, right? Um, I also really feel like there's something to be said about like your finances right now, your resources, and if, again, the things that you depend on. And that could be many things. Like you said, Saturn in the second, again, connected to the 12th, addictions, Jupiter in the sixth, addictions, habits, resources. Like, if you smoke cigarettes every day, if you drink alcohol, if you are addicted to a certain diet or a certain plan or a certain routine or whatever it may be, everything in that area of life right now is driven by energy and frequency with Pisces in the second. And the North Node being there. It's like the energy that you are embodied in, the frequency that you're embodied in is what your foundation of resources will be. And I know that sounds super woo-woo and manifestation-y, but it really truly is true, especially for you right now. It's like, can you be in gratitude for what you have, or is it never enough? Is it never good enough? Are you never satisfied? Someone could come and give you money and you'd be like, well, this person needs money too and they didn't get it, or oh, I wish it was $100 more, like that's very Virgo. It's like, and not to say that all of you Aquarius risings are like that or that that's the kind of personality that you have all the time. Like, when we get into lack and stuff, that's just how we can be. It's like whatever we have a very low capacity to receive when we're in lack, and yet we want to receive, but then when we do, it's never good enough, and so yeah, I would just say, you know, can you be in gratitude more? Can you like look around you and look at your life now and just be like, wow, this is amazing. And maybe some of you are. Maybe some of you are like, damn, I am a magical, spiritual, celestial freaking bitch, and this is awesome. And like my life is great, And maybe some of you guys have gotten some of that lesson recently. But yeah, I think that's good for Aquarius risings. Let us know down below if that landed with you. Comment down below, sexy Aquarius rising. Let us know how we did. So Pisces risings, wow. Let us know down below how September was for you. I'm sure it felt very Alice in Wonderland vibes. And wow, you probably got a lot of lessons in terms of yourself, your relationships, letting go of a lot in these areas and realizing a lot in these areas, a lot of really powerful shifts in these areas. And yeah, I mean, and some of which may not always be 100% noticeable right away. Like it's like as things move on, sometimes, they become noticeable. And something else, because I did see like a few Pisces comment on like my recent, content and stuff and be like, I'm a Pisces rising and I didn't really notice anything. Like sometimes it is like, you can't just pay attention to like the actual days of that things happen. A lot of times I notice the biggest events like on the buildups, not even on the actual day. It's like just everything that's happening around that time. So everything that was happening in September, what was kind of the main theme of it? What were you seeing? That's likely what was being brought up by these eclipses, and what lessons did you learn? And so as we move into October, though, we move into your eighth house, fun stuff, and your ninth. And so such a huge, huge, huge focus on relationships. And I've been saying to a lot of Pisces risings most of the year this year, like, this year is about trusting yourself. This year is about having faith in yourself. This year is about coming into love and compassion and serenity and gratitude and grace and forgiveness of yourself. Like, it all starts with you. You are the energetic, like, freaking core of your life. Like, you are here to like vibrate at a certain frequency, and everything else, as long as you are aligned energetically with you, everything else falls into place with you in your life when you are a Pisces rising. I mean, that's the cool thing about being a Pisces rising. Now, your relationships may have felt very difficult in September. There may have been a lot of reconstruction going on in this area of your life. The South Node is like a ball of yarn that just is unraveling and unraveling and unraveling. And so, with your South Node, or with the South Node being in Virgo in September, us having a solar eclipse there and a lunar eclipse in your sign, and everything that's been moving through Virgo, Venus moving through Virgo and making a lot of aspects in the first couple weeks of October. This is so much about letting go of negative attachments in your relationships. Seeing where you have been either dissatisfied and settling, or where you have been picking things apart just out of a like old wounds or old trauma or old conditioning. But also it's like much deeper than that. It could even be that your partner's doing this. And that's kind of the issue with the seventh. It may not even be how you're relating to your relationships, but more so how you're receiving your relationship. So it could be the other people in your life, the other person that you're with, or it could be literally how you're experiencing it. So it just depends. But either way, with Venus here, this is really bringing like almost like a ghost of your relationships past, like all your relationship lessons are just really coming to the surface. Maybe maybe it's feeling like pretty full blown. It's feeling pretty like, it's almost like you're just like seeing all of the different relationships in your life and all of the different dynamics and all of the different, like, where patterns started, where they are coming up now, where, things didn't work out in the past and how that's contributing to now, almost like full circle moments in terms of love and relationships in your life. And I think that this is going to be very huge for you to see where you may be in relationships where you're just trying to fix the other person, or where you're in relationships where they're trying to fix you. But, and for those of you that are in happy relationships, it doesn't even need to be something super dramatic either. It could just literally be that like you're noticing patterns in your relationship dynamic that, you're working on a month like this, and as Venus then moves out of your seventh and into your eighth, then you go really into the deep end, and it's like, okay, giving and receiving in relationships, like, how much, like, what's going on there? What's going on with that? Is there something that needs to change? Is there something going on with your partner's finances? Is there something going on with, if you went through a breakup recently, is there something going on with, the stuff that you guys had together and now you have to kind of, work that out? Are there some legal agreements or, whatever, contracts, things like that, shared stuff, shared resources, shared finances, that you're working out. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and I was like, I feel like some people, if they do go through a breakup, like if they started going through a breakup or something like that, they might be like receiving alimony or something like that because Venus is moving into the eighth house thing to where she's bringing you finances from the other side. Like it's nothing brought to you that you're owed, like it's like, all right,
yeah.
you're gonna get something there possibly for some of you Pisces risings. But I like that a lot of the focus that you're bringing here to like the relationship stuff, right? Because it's like you are literally coming out of a section of your life where like the last month and like in March as well, like there was just a huge light up of these energies. You and your significant other, like those deeper personal relationships, like you were having to like really reconfigure a lot of things. And like you're seeing a lot of like the work and stuff that you're needing to put in on yourself as well. And maybe a lot of the more importance that you need to be putting on yourself. And it's interesting because like for you, it's like you're getting a double dose of the relationship stuff because everybody, regardless of where your rising sign was, like the Aries and Libra eclipses were rebalancing relationships. It was rebalancing your drive and how much you're giving to the other, right? So hopefully you were figuring out a lot of that stuff when that was happening. So now when this is actually legitimately playing out, very directly talking about you and your other, you've already rebalanced a lot of this stuff to where you're able to now address different things that you have going on in that area of your life. And Venus starts off this month still in that section of your life to where like you're still dealing with maybe some of the stuff there. And as she hits the South Node, maybe you're able to gather some more information or figure out something here that needs to be like something that needs to be rebalanced, something that needs to be reconfigured as far as like what you're drawing in as well, because Venus is that manifestation, that drawing in, that principle of like magnetism, right? And as a Pisces rising, you and magnetism are like that's your stuff. Like you more than anybody, I think, can really draw in your different life situations. And I think that that's part of what you're learning here during a lot of this time is that you and how you're vibrating really draws in a lot of your life and it sets things into motion for the rest of your life because you're connected to different principles that most people do not understand. You're just naturally there. Life is putting you into that position to where like this is you, right? And you're starting to really embody those things and you're starting to learn the importance of you embodying these things and the importance of you also learning to put boundaries up between you and other people's energy. Possibly you and your relationship, like you need to set up those boundaries because maybe you are accepting too much of your partner's baggage. Maybe you are accepting some of your partner's stuff and it's really starting to affect your ability to go throughout your life because that principle that Pisces people have that are just connected to everything is really real for you. All right. And as Venus starts to move out of a position where you're vibrating in a very self-doubting way, possibly in a very critical way, and she starts to move into a place where you're able to balance that again and start to reaffirm a lot of the stuff because I don't think Venus has been in here since we finished up the what's it called the eclipses on that Aries Libra axis, and now that she's here, she's able to really help you see and just reaffirm the stuff and the changes that you had to do, the different rebalancing things that you had to do within your life, and you'll really start to see how maybe you are actually vibrating on a different level with a lot of this stuff and maybe how your different way of approaching and connecting to maybe past traumas and different things that you've been through is going to be different now and how that's affecting a lot more of your life than what you're connecting to possibly on a like a conscious level because for you do have Aries playing out in that second house where like you're used to going out and making that money like you have to go after that stuff and Venus on the other house on the other side the eighth house side of things is really about bringing in things and it's drawing it in and you having that ability to really connect to that manifestation stuff that connection to the universe and all that is if you can get yourself out of that lack position that you maybe have been in since Saturn has been transiting through your first house and really kind of putting you through some stuff and really adding responsibility adding like hardship to you as you start to rebalance that and see like how maybe can be a good thing and maybe you can add some structure maybe you can add the boundaries that are necessary to then unleash the potential that you have in these different areas of your life that you weren't necessarily seeing beforehand and towards the end of the month you're going to see when we've got the grand water trine that's happening here between Saturn in your first house, Jupiter in your fifth house, and Mars together with Mercury in your ninth house to where the things that you do in this life, the things that you create, things that you bring into this world, as well as your beliefs and the way that you see the world, your philosophy on life, on religion, on God, spirituality, how all of that stuff is really connected to you as an individual. Your connection to the greater things and the grander principles in life can possibly be brought back into perspective here, especially because Jupiter is your ruler. You are having that connection to yourself. You are getting that stuff to help you make the breakthroughs that are necessary and possible belief systems that aren't serving you anymore, stuff that needs to be transmuted, things that you need to take up, you need to level up, and your ability to connect to it on a mental level now is going to be brought up because you've got a bunch of different areas of your life that are just playing in. So you might have difficulties in different areas of your life, difficulties in different times in the month, but it's bringing you into a position to where, yes, you've been going through a lot. It has been a hard possible year. It's been just a lot, especially the month of September. You may have gone through some things, but you can put things into perspective and really use that to fuel yourself and really push yourself to the next level, especially when it comes to you connecting to your own ability to really draw in the different situations that you have in your life. Your co-creative like um capabilities are a lot higher, I think, than maybe a lot of people are connected to. And your ability to really see that possibly can come through now because you can gain the perspective necessary to see that, yeah, I've been dealing with these things. I've been having different issues when it comes to myself, maybe when it comes to my body, the way that I see my body, but I can I can overcome this. There's different stuff that can happen here to actually help me give myself the structure necessary to really take it up and level up.
Yeah. Yeah. you were on like a whole flow there, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you. But yeah, no, like that was so good. And I agree, like totally. And I just wanted to add to that, attraction, I think you were looking for when you were talking about like the magnetism and
Yeah. Yeah.
and also when you said like alimony or even child support, fifth house Jupiter, makes a lot of sense for some Pisces risings. Now, some other things that I think are really interesting going back to just the node in the first, and I've been, like I said, I've been really talking about this like all year in terms of the Pisces horoscopes. Like, I think, and I've seen it in terms of clients too, it's like a lot of Pisces risings have come to me this year with the node in the first house and been like, I don't know what to do. And it's like, it's so weird. It's like they're almost in that Virgo South node where it's like, I need to focus on other people. I need to make sure everybody else is good. I need to, fix their problems and do this and do that. It's like, it's almost like they don't know how to focus on themselves, you know? And so there's been this like trouble with going within. And I guess like the best way I can describe this is, or the best advice I can give for to this is number one, like forgiving yourself, especially past versions of you. Again, forgiveness, grace with the Pisces energy, and but really focusing on your inner world and your energy. Like you need to get your inner priestess back on, like your inner psychic, your like inner mystic, like you've got to really tap into that spiritual side of yourself like never before. I mean, this is like the freaking time to do it. Like it is so time to really 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 have faith in yourself and your dreams and your feelings and your intuition and your energy. um that is just who you are. That is what you're supposed to be the embodiment of, and that is when you will feel most in sync and in harmony with your life, rather than like, out of balance or fighting the waves or in some kind of endless suffering. Letting go of old victim stories, like as well with Pisces in the first, letting go with old ways that you've identified yourself that are not helping you continue to expand and grow. Um, Now, there is something else here. I really feel with this whole water earth theme with Pisces in the first, Virgo in the seventh, with Pisces being water, Virgo being earth, like the inner feelings and the energetics versus the reality. I keep getting this like these specific situations, and I don't know if they're going to relate to anybody, because I could see these specific situations being slightly different. So just take what resonates and leave the rest. But I feel like Pisces right now, the way that I see Pisces risings right now, especially with Jupiter, the ruling planet in the fifth, in Cancer, is like they are meant to be in this like, feet off, walking on the beach, like in like a flowing white dress, like arms wide open, hair in the wind, like just like free, like, and following their intuition, reading cards, like, skipping along the beach, like floating in the water, like just doing random shit that makes them feel spiritually aligned. But maybe they are with someone that is either like, you need to be more realistic. You can't do that. You need to be doing this, or you didn't get this done today, or you have to be doing laundry, or, you got to get back to work, or like whatever the case may be. Or maybe they're with someone and themselves, Pisces risings themselves are like, well, I can't be my free, flowy, mystical priestess self because this person won't change, or this person won't do this, or this person won't do that, or my reality, the reality of my relationship needs to change for me to feel like I can be open, like I can trust. And both of those things are flawed. And again, there could be different situations there, so that may not be the case for all of you. It's just the two specific examples or situations I kept kind of picturing in my mind. And I feel like this is kind of a time where it's like you've got to stop waiting on your physical reality or other people to change for you to change. And you also, I think some Pisces risings may be giving to others more than they're giving to themselves. Um, and I think that this is going to be, again, that Aries full moon in the beginning of the month, right around the 6th, like is going to make that very clear if that's been the case. Where again, that Aries energy in the second is like, it's time to come back to you. It's time to focus on what's good for you. It's time to find to make a decision around your own independence and your own like free will and what you feel like is good for you. Then towards the end of the month, there's a compromise. There's a meeting in the middle that happens with the Libra energy in the eighth. And so, and I think that that can happen really beautifully with Venus moving into Libra as well. It's like, okay, like let's let the other things go and find a way to come together and find a way to be a team rather than you versus me or something like that for some people. Um, yeah, and then I really feel like with Mars and Mercury conjunct in Scorpio in the ninth, it's like what drives you, what motivates you, what sparks you, what ignites you, what really makes you feel like, oh my gosh, I want to uncover more of this, in terms of what you believe, in terms of what you desire to see more of in the world, in terms of things that feel purposeful or learning endeavors, learning pursuits, travel pursuits, um, anything that is really feeling like it is connecting you to something deeper. But that emotional work, that emotional alchemy, that emotional intelligence piece, somatic body healing could be so, so, so important for Pisces risings right now. Um, and I mean, I could also see like, I don't know. It's just there can be this excessive need with Virgo to continue to perfect oneself, to continue to judge oneself and, get so into self-development to where it's like they're just picking everything apart and it's never good enough and they always need to be better. And so that could be happening in your relationships, whether it's you doing it or the other person doing it or, whatever the case may be. So it's just you need to watch out for that and you have to come back to this sense of like trust and faith in who you are and getting to know thyself through your emotions, through your intuition, through your psychic abilities is going to be really, really huge for Pisces rising. So, are we good with Pisces?
I believe so.
Alrighty. Thank you, Pisces risings. Let us know down below how we did. Comment down below, sexy Pisces rising, if you watched until here. Aries risings. Um, we have, let's see here. Where are we? Libra season, so more relationship stuff, more seventh house funness. Yeah, so we are for Aries risings, October is a month that obviously is somewhat focused on you. We're going to have a full moon in your sign at the very beginning of the month, and that is definitely going to, um, I always say like the full moons and the first, usually how I experience them and how I've noticed a lot of people experience them is just this kind of like remembering of like, oh yeah, that's right, this is who I am. Like there it's kind of like this coming back to self. Whereas like the new moons in a sign, it's almost like uh kind of beginning of building the self, like or creating new parts of the self. But like the full moon in your sign is like on October 6th and probably the days leading up to it, you're probably going to feel this kind of like familiarity and this kind of energy starting to form. And it's like and you're kind of probably realize where maybe you've been a bit unlike yourself, or maybe too focused on others, or too focused on compromising, or you've been dealing with situations with other people. And it's like, you know what? Like, this is what I need, and this is what's good for me. And so this was what I'm going to do. And so there is this kind of individuality, this spark, this fire that kind of comes back to you in the beginning of October, and this remembrance of like, oh, that's right. Like I'm a badass and I'm here to do badass things and I'm going to move forward. And there can also be on a full moon sometimes like a re-envisioning of self. And then also sometimes there can be, like a releasing of an old self as well. But I really think that that full moon for Aries rising to the beginning of the month is going to be like a nice kind of jolt of like, oh yeah, like this is what I want, or it's like your truth comes out. It's very clear. It's like who you are again is very clear around that time. But for the other half of the month, there is kind of this focus on, okay, well, I've come back to me and I did what I needed to do for me. Now, how does this play in terms of my relationships with other people? You know, we're just moving out of eclipse season that happened in your sixth and 12th houses. And Venus, your seventh house ruler and your second house ruler, will still be in Virgo the first few weeks of the month or the first 2 weeks of the month. And moving across the south node, opposing Saturn in your 12th, there's definitely some energies here right in the beginning of October where a lot of body, health, wellness, you know, self-development stuff is coming up, things that you may have been working on, habits, addictions, lifestyle changes, diet, etc., things that you've been working to release, to change, to let go of that have been keeping you in a place of feeling maybe bogged down or stressed, or even work situations that you have been stressed about or over analyzing or feeling, you know, just even like borderline obsessive about, or perfectionism tendencies, etc. So it's like, you know, you've been really guided through this process in September to let a lot of these things go, let a lot of old self-sabotaging behaviors go, let a lot of things that are going on the outside that are affecting you on the inside go, whether that be old routines, habits, addictions, um, things that you're doing that just are not aligned with you, or just we're not feeling aligned with you anymore. And with Venus now moving through here in the beginning of October, it's like letting go of some more attachments, letting go of some places where maybe they felt good at one time, but they don't feel fulfilling anymore. You're going to be very clear about what feels satisfactory and fulfilling and what doesn't. And when Venus then moves into Libra on October 13th, then really there's this like light up of your relationships and your partner, if you're in a relationship, other people, the other side. And this is where it can be very difficult going through your seventh house season, because it is less self-focused and it is more about compromise. It is more about seeing the other side. It is more about seeing another perspective. And but I think that you've had like the build up to this already with, you know, you've been focused, you know, the beginning of the month is very focused on self. You've been focusing on like lifestyle changes and um changes within your self-development, getting into your spirituality, healing different things, letting go of different things. And now it's like, okay, can you take the changes that you've made for yourself, to yourself, for your lifestyle, etc., your job, and can you now apply them to your relationships? And so I'll leave that there for now.
Yeah, I've got like a very interesting thing that I've been thinking about with Aries risings because y'all have just recently like had a bit of like a burden or something like that taken off of you when Saturn moved out of Aries in the beginning of September, right? And this month here, like there's another energy shift when Neptune leaves your first house and like allows you again maybe a bit more clarity when it comes to yourself. And maybe just part of what will happen during the time of the Aries full moon is maybe you're kind of like the lostness or the lack of understanding or being able to see clearly your path or yourself in this time over the last few months maybe like is kind of highlighted. And then as time goes on you're starting to like when on the 20 what is it the 22nd I believe when Neptune leaves Aries and goes back into Pisces, around that time maybe there will be something else that kind of helps you really connect yourself in a different way because another thing that happens while the sun is in Libra, the sun is in its fall, and that vitality and everything's just different. The connection to the energy and connection to self is just so different because you're not allowed to just do you. You're not allowed to just be in the moment. You're not allowed to just do your thing. You're naturally driven to think about and focus on others. You're naturally just brought there, right? And having this thing where it's reflecting energy back to you and you're trying to see like oh, like where am I at in my life right now or where am I going, what am I doing, like, and possibly connecting to a different version of yourself that is possible during this time. Whenever we're dealing with any energies and astrology, you've got different sides of the energy, right? And you typically get like a mixed bag and you experience the different layers of it throughout time, and you start to connect with different aspects of yourself and different aspects of possibilities of yourself during this time because Neptune isn't just confusion, it's a connection to all that is. It is a connection that breaks down boundaries, it breaks down everything. And that part of you that just wants to be and wants to connect and wants to just do your thing can have the ability to do so in a different way, kind of like brought into your conscious like being during this time, or not even just your conscious being. Like the moon is connected to like that side of you that's not governed by like your thoughts. That's not governed by your conscious self in a sense. Like it's that instinctual side of you, and possibly that side of you that's connected to just more, right? And having the moon be in this position to where it's recently come across Neptune and had this ability to possibly recalibrate and maybe connect to some of the energies of the possibilities of that, which can be interesting because you have the ability to then have like this time where you're having some light reflected on you on how your relationships could be affecting you, how your relationships and your who you are in your relationships is affecting you, and how maybe you're going to have a different way of moving within your relationships and connecting to your relationships that will be possibly more sustainable for you in the future, as we then have the Libra new moon towards the end of the month where the energies are shifting, like a lot of the energy shifting, because at this point in time, like when we have the Libra new moon, like Neptune's getting ready to leave Aries, and also the sun is moving into getting ready to move into Scorpio, where the energies are going to change, and your ability to again connect to yourself in a different level is going to return. That like a lot of things that happen in astrology are connected to cycles and patterns and a bigger story, a bigger picture for your life. And so like yes, you have times where you're not feeling really connected. Yes, you have times where you may be a little lost. Yes, you have times where there's just a lot going on to where you're not able to truly orient yourself. But it's through these times and how you actually navigate them that you learn who you are, you learn about your drive. And there's going to be a part of you that connects to your drive and connects to who you are when you've got like Mercury, your mental capacities connecting with Mars, your ruler, in the other sign of his domicile, where it's energy that is it's it's energy that is familiar to Mars, but kind of disconnected from you because you're your ability to connect to the energy is different because Mars will then be an aversion to you yourself and in a position where like it's in a hidden spot, but you're still connected to it in another way. And if you start connecting to yourself in a way that kind of allows you to flow within your own being in a sense and connect without having to consciously do it, you may be able to find a more sustained life source, a life drive that can help you. And possibly it's driven by different harder aspects of life that you don't necessarily want to connect to. And maybe as time goes, you'll start to discover different things about yourself that are really connecting to the darker truths of life and the the different things that are affecting your being in different ways that you don't consciously understand all the time. And you're having two positions where like the energy goes from you having to focus on another to where the light isn't easily accessible to you, and your ability to connect to it is just going to be different. But if you understand that you maybe shouldn't be trying to connect to directly, in a sense, except for when we have that connection there with Mercury coming to Mars in Scorpio, where there is a connection and there is that ability to bring your mental capacity up to date with a lot of the other stuff that's happening.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Um, I totally agree with that. And going kind of off of that too, I keep feeling like so many of the signs like Libra, I think we talked about Scorpio, where we talked about, kind of having this problem with making other people's perspectives your responsibility. It's kind of backwards for Aries, right? It's like the other way around, where it's like, the sun, which is usually exalted in Aries, is now in Libra in the opposite sign, setting, and in the house of setting, in the house where it is, in the sign where it is losing its light. Um, it's like being aware that, hey, it's not just about the way that you see it, and you may not be seeing it correctly. This is where I think as Aries, like as an Aries rising, and again, not to like, placate with you with like, these different cliches of that, like you're selfish or like whatever, because literally usually every time around this year for the Aries full moon, I say something in it about it's okay to be selfish. Like it's not a bad thing. Like we have self-preservation for a reason. We're built in with it. Like sometimes being selfish is the fucking answer. Okay. So I'm not saying that that's who you are, that that's a bad thing at times, but I am saying that especially after that Aries full moon, especially with everything that you just said, Will, with Neptune and Aries, Saturn now back into Pisces in the 12th, Mars in the 8th in Scorpio, the ruler, the chart ruler. This is a month where self-awareness may not come in handy like it usually does. And what you can expect from this month is that other people will be aware of yourself, maybe a bit more than you are. And so, kind of, especially like, obviously, if you have like a toxic ex and they're telling you you're a horrible person and, whatever, I'm not saying them, okay? I'm saying like people in your life that you can trust. Um, Listen to their perspectives because they may actually help you become more aware of yourself. That's why, Aries is the first sign, Libra is the seventh sign. This Libra and the sun is losing half of its light in Aries or in Libra because it is becoming more aware of the other, but also not just the other outside of it, but itself. It's becoming aware that there's a whole other side of itself that it can't see, the subconscious, right? And so this is a time where I said earlier in a horoscope, like Libra season's like a fun house of mirrors. And whichever angle you look, you're going to see a different side of yourself. But those mirrors of Libra season are actually other people, especially for Aries risings. So the other people in your life will reflect back to you parts of yourself if you can be aware enough and trusting enough and open enough to allow those perspectives to come in. I also got the term soul searching with Saturn in the 12th, moving back into the 12th. Saturn in the 12th, I mean, Saturn is, and it's joy in the 12th house, but in Pisces, it's so karmic, like so fucking karmic. And there's this sense of with Neptune right at zero, Aries moving back into Pisces later in October, it's like there can be this sense of lostness. And especially with Saturn ruling the 10th of this is the direction in my life, and it's in the 12th, it's like, what is the direction of my life? I have no idea. Where am I even going? Like you can just feel like you're wandering around aimlessly. And again, like not all those that wander are lost is a great quote to keep in mind at this time. And so you may be feeling as these planets retrograde out of your sign, go back into Pisces, like Chiron in your sign, being activated by that Libra new moon kind of at the end of the month as well. You may have some truths shown to you about yourself, and you don't have to get butthurt about it. And it doesn't have to be a bad thing. It can actually be a really amazing thing if you can become resourceful, Mars and Mercury and Scorpio, and use this to become aware of maybe the things that are holding you back, or maybe old versions of you that are still coming up to protect you from the life that you really desire to live. Um, and karma really, is really just at least the karma that we hold on to, right? At the end of the day, it's just cause and effect. But the quote unquote negative karma that we hold on to, or the baggage that we hold on to, is usually just unresolved pain and suffering, unresolved conflict. And as an Aries rising, it's like, conflict's your middle name. I'm just kidding. But it's like, look at these places where you're in conflict with yourself or you're in conflict with others. Find the middle ground, find the similarity, find where you can look at yourself, because the best way you're going to be able to see yourself this month is not going to be by looking in a literal mirror and like you would normally do. It's actually going to be from your relationship with your significant other, your wife, your partner, your husband, your family, maybe, Jupiter in the fourth, the people that you really trust that are close to you. And that Libra new moon just feels like, especially opposite Chiron, and it feels like kind of a moment of realizing, oh, maybe I am the problem. And it's like, and again, not that you're this huge problem, but it's just realizing that like, hey, maybe I have, been acting in a way that I don't particularly want to act in anymore. And that's a good thing that it's me, because if it's me, that I can resolve it, Like it doesn't have to be like, oh, poor me, I'm so bad, I'm so awful, like everybody hates me, like it's like you spot it, you got it. And that's this energy with Libra and Aries. It's like whatever you see in others, you have within you. And so I think the best way to kind of, and again, you may not feel this energy right at first. This may be something that starts kind of accumulating towards the second half of the month, but at first you're still kind of focused on clearing out old attachments, old cycles, old habits, old addictions, and coming back to yourself, your body, your motivations. And then it's like, okay, well, where do I go from here? And it's like, well, if you want to continue to grow, if you want to continue to develop, if you want to continue to move towards this new version of yourself or getting to know yourself better or working on yourself or healing, you may have to kind of trust in someone else's perspective or look at how other people are seeing you. And the truth too, not just like your perceived version of how they see you, but like actually what they tell you, take the feedback pretty much, you know? And so that's what I was kind of getting from what you were saying. Well,
Now, I've got a question for you here with the interesting connection around the time of the Libra new moon, because Libra is going to be really important in the this Aries section for Aries people, because again, it's helping connect in a different way, right? And there's an interesting connection here between Chiron in the first, directly squaring Jupiter in the fourth, and that's making
a
a
T.
square as well to the, yeah, exactly, to the Libra new moon. So that like there's something about that new moon and that new beginning that seems really uncomfortable, and it seems like it could lead to um, maybe some bringing up of maybe different issues, or like there's, for me it's like there's something that is connecting the person to like their failure to launch, that self-doubting stuff that they may have that's keeping them from like achieving their goals or going for what they want. And there's maybe like something connected to the family that is affecting that ability, also that is affecting their relationships. And maybe there's this new beginning that's going to start that is going to possibly help shine some light, or like bring a new way of connecting to these energies into the person's life that will help them connect to a different way of relating to themselves. But I think that for Aries people, more so than most other people, their connection to themselves and their connection to their energies is going to be really important, because they will be ground zero for the new beginnings that are coming in next year. Like a lot of the stuff that people have been talking about, a lot of the stuff that like the energies that are building up that everybody's feeling right now is going to be playing out directly for Aries rising people. Like it's the energy that we're trying to resolve and get into place. Like a lot of the reconfigurations of things and whatnot that are happening are setting the stage for these guys here to just come out and be like, all right, here we have it. What
Yeah.
are your takes on that energy?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So Chiron and Aries is this kind of wound around masculinity I see a lot of the time in the world and just in general, but and that goes into so many things, whether that is confidence, whether that is motivation, self-belief, taking action. It's so one event that I always think of when I think of Chiron and Aries, because it was so like it was just so Chiron and Aries. So it was Will Smith. It was the Will Smith event. They were at like an event. I forget what it was. I don't keep up with celebrities very much. I just remember I heard about it and I was like, that's so Chiron and Aries. It was like a full moon in Aries conjunct Chiron, and
Yeah.
Will Smith got up and like slapped, I think it was like Chris Rock or whatever, because he made a joke about Will Smith's wife or something. And
Hmm.
because they were having relationship problems, which was like very Libra. Like it was just so literal. I
Yeah.
was like, oh my God. And so, but it's like there's this wounded masculinity where we feel like we've got to prove ourselves in a lot of ways with Chiron and Aries. And so when I see that whole T square happening with the Libra new moon, squaring Jupiter, squaring Chiron and Aries, I really think that it is kind of touching a soft spot, a tender spot for Aries. It may not be though, because it's a new moon. And so the sun's going to be going dark, like the moon's going to be going dark. Like we're not going to, it's going to be more of like a, I think, internal thing that's happening. If this was a full moon, it'd definitely be way more triggering, but it's not.
Hmm.
So, um, the full moon, I think, is like around 14 or 15 degrees Aries, I want to say. So it's a bit off of Chiron, but
Hmm.
um, so I don't think this is going to be like a massive explosion, but I actually think because it's a new moon in Libra and the it's opposite Chiron, I actually think this is going to be a smoother integration that can happen, again, with self-awareness and honesty. Am I getting triggered? Because again, like if I've got to be the loudest guy in the room and somehow prove that I'm good enough, then I obviously don't believe that I'm good enough. I obviously don't believe that I, that I have the ability to be good enough. You know what I mean? So it's like, and that's that Chiron and Aries energy. It's like when that gets triggered, there's this over exertion of masculine energy and this over, like kind of overly display of it, where it like, builds up and explodes like a bomb, and then you just end up kind of looking like a triggered child throwing a tantrum. And so it's like you've got to be very careful with Chiron that it's not about ignoring the trigger. It's about looking at the trigger and looking at self and taking responsibility for it and saying, what is this situation causing me to feel about myself that I'm thinking is someone else doing this to me, but really it's like, no, um,
This is
I'm
all me.
yeah, right. So, but I actually feel like this is going to be a really great integration because if we look at number one, the ruler of Mars or the ruler of Aries, where Chiron is, it's Mars. Mars is conjunct coming into its conjunction with Mercury in the eighth, very kind of shadowy. It's like, and this could for some Aries risings be relationship issues revolving around finances, or maybe for some, not all, but for some, it could be like a breakup or like a splitting of a relationship, and it's like deciding who gets what or whatever, and that could hurt. Um, and so, but I think that for others, this could actually be an integration because, yes, the full or the new moon squares Jupiter, but Jupiter's also trining Mars, the ruler of Chiron and Aries, and trining Saturn, in Pisces, and from this, 12th, 8th, 4th. So there is like a massive watery shift going on here again in those breakthrough houses. And then, but there's also like with it being in Libra, the new moon itself being in Libra, and Venus being at home there, there's more of a coming together. I feel there's more of an integration. So it's almost like a new beginning where one is kind of facing those wounds and those triggers and integrating them, I think. And, with again, so many watery things going on as well, the healing, the emotional side of it. So that's kind of how I see it personally.
Yeah, I actually like that as well because like if you look at the fact that like typically you wouldn't have a connection between the first, seventh, and like the eighth or 12th, like that it doesn't happen. However, because there is such a direct connection to Jupiter, and Jupiter is actually making direct connections to those other parts, like it might not be something that's necessarily part of the purview of the new beginning itself. However, there are other things happening at the same time to where like these different energies are going to flow into each other in a really different way than what we're used to, but can actually help with the integration part. I like that integration aspect of things, definitely.
Yeah, I definitely think it's like I think Aries is almost like coming into this like, okay, um, this integration of maybe something that it has been struggling with for a long time, or um, finding a way to work with this and move forward with it rather than keep resisting it or shoving it down or projecting it on others or whatever the case may be.
Yeah,
So,
and I think that it's also going to play a big role in, or play a role at least, in the stuff that we see occur in 6 months when we have the full moon in Libra, because that'll also be around the time that we've got all the stuff moving back into Aries and us starting to really have those activations that are going to be the bigger activations for generations, you know?
yeah.
So that's interesting to think about. And I do think that at the end of the day, it could actually lead to a more positive thing just because of the connection to Jupiter and Jupiter making the positive connections to more difficult areas of life. So I like that.
Yeah, and I mean Jupiter is making kind of both like this T square here and this, kind of
Hmm.
um grand water trine, and so both arrows are kind of pointing down here to Jupiter. So this definitely could have something to do with family, ancestry, home, personal life, private life for Aries risings as well, on this Libra new moon. So
Hmm.
kind of being on the lookout for those things as well. So do we feel complete with Aries?
I know I do. Hopefully Aries does as well.
All right, alrighty. Let us know down below, Aries, how we did, how this resonated. If you can see a lot of these things coming up this month, and comment down below, sexy Aries risings. When I look at Taurus risings, they definitely, are getting lit up in the sixth and the seventh this month, which is interesting. So again, another sign really going to be dealing with a lot of relationship stuff.
Yeah. It feels like a really relationship month, like related month. And it's interesting when you have something happen where it's lighting up a bunch of different signs in the same way, but differently. You know what I mean? Like it's still that same those same energies. It's just their way of connecting and getting to those energies is different. And that's one of those things I think is super amazing about the universe. It's like these people are learning some of the same lessons just in completely different ways. And you're
Yeah.
like, okay, like
Yeah.
okay, I guess that's how we're gonna do it.
Yeah, I know. And it's like you can see so much sometimes like patterns too, that even
Mhm.
though there will be different signs, different planets, different houses, it's like they're all kind of pointing to the same thing, you know? So
Yeah.
it's crazy when that happens. But yeah, like when I look at this, the first part of the month, we're going to have Venus still kind of moving through Virgo, your fifth house, moving across the south node there. And this is definitely going to be either the releasing or even the return to maybe old creative projects, maybe attachments around creative projects or love life or relationships or children in some way, shape, or form. But I really, when I see that South Node in Virgo in the fifth house, like I think of like gardening, like reading, writing. I think of like crossword puzzles, and I think of like
Go,
perfection. You
I was
know,
like,
like
go you for being like nice and homey and like pretty about it. I'm like, yo, we've got Venus going through the fifth house, going across the, the south node. I'm wondering if somebody's fling is coming back, like legit. I'm like, listen,
yeah, like someone's like narcissistic ex or something, especially with
yeah, like
Scorpio in the
legit.
seventh.
Yeah,
Mercury rules the fifth and it's in the seventh, with Mars, like
right.
someone toxic as fuck, like narcissistic ex.
Exactly. It's like, well, if somebody's coming back into your life around this time, just know that even the astrology is telling you that this one here is toxic.
Yeah,
Let it go. Leave it be. Just
exactly.
leave it in the past.
Yeah. Yes, there you go. And that's something I've always noticed about like Taurus risings too, that have this like Taurus first house and then Scorpio seventh house. Like I've had so many come to me and they're like, why are my relationships like so freaking crazy? I'm like, dude, you have like Pluto in your seventh house in Scorpio, like what? I mean, I don't really know, like it's crazy, like, and so,
Right. There's
yeah,
a whole generation of us with that Pluto in the seven, well, Pluto in Scorpio. So it's like you
yeah,
came to like do some real work on that area of your life, and it looks like you're trying. You
yeah,
put yourself in a situation where like you're gonna figure it out. You will either transmute the hell out of that, or you will be taken down with it. Who knows? That is up to you. Pick your own. Pick your what's it called? Like your
battle.
what are those things? Yeah, think about like what are those things like where you've got the things where you choose, you make choices as you're playing the game. Like that's you. You're like they are here to make the choices in am I going to go for this mysterious and really obsessive person, or am I going to try and figure something else out?
Yeah,
Or why am I coming back to the same person? Why am I coming back to the same cycles? Well, you got to learn
right.
your lesson.
Yeah, yeah, no, and that's definitely like, yeah, I'm sure a lot of Taurus risings can relate to that because I've just seen that so many times doing readings for people where they have that, and it's like, but yeah, and even when like the South Node was moving through Scorpio back in like 2022 and partly 2023, that was happening a lot, and it was like you were going through a lot of transformation here, but it should be, somewhat better. But, I mean, yeah, with Venus going across the South Node in the fifth, that is one way it can play out. It can bring old flings, old, I don't know, because Virgo, we were talking about Cancer rising and be a little different because that puts Scorpio in the fifth, but Virgo can sometimes be very picky and very prude and very like, almost like pure again virgin like so it's like do I really want to like have a bunch of partners or especially in the fifth house of sexuality so I mean it could be either way, everybody's different.
I'm like Virgo, Sun, Mercury, and Moon here. It could be
Yeah,
interesting. Like, like
yeah,
has some interesting energies playing out there for them. But we do actually start off the month with Venus in a difficult position for herself. So like a lot of the Taurus risings will start off the month continuing some troubles and some difficulties from the month of September and start to eventually move out of that situation and move out of the the self-doubt and self-criticism, the self-deprecation that typically follows a lot of the Venus and Virgo energies, to where like maybe you were not feeling too good about your body, maybe you were not feeling too good about where you are in your life, and like your place and where you're headed, and you start to get down because it creates like a spiral and things just start to go, and then you start attracting that into your life and gets complicated, right? But as Venus like moves on through, hits the south node, maybe let go of some of those things, maybe let go of some of the stuff that's not serving you anymore, and you start to then, when Venus comes to oppose Saturn, put into place the things that, like, all right, this needs to stop. I need to let go of this. I need to put in the work to get rid of these things. I need to like realize different things in my life. And then when she moves into Libra, she's ready to again build up and start to bring and start to create life and bring in the comforts and the stuff that Taurus really cares about, and the stability starts to come back, because during the time where Venus is in her fall, it's that complicated energy to where like you're picking out way too much that probably isn't actually that important at the end of the day. It might seem like the end of the world to you, but it probably isn't. So let it go. And you might gain that perspective again when Venus hits Libra and you're like, okay, let me get back to myself and like become more happy, and like life becomes good again, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah. Are you a Taurus rising?
No, I'm a Leo rising, so
I thought so. But you said
yeah.
like C for a second, so I was like,
Oh,
and
oh
I
yeah,
didn't
I was
I
talking
know
about
that,
that.
yeah. So I was just making sure. But yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. And I think that the other thing with this with Taurus risings is this fifth house Virgo is really, I feel like, a lot of imperfection and critique around your art and the things that you're creating, whether that be your children that you've created, whether that be your projects or creative endeavors or passions, whether that be, a book that you're writing and you're editing, whether that be, sex that you're having or sexual partners that you're having it with, like whatever, or your romantic partner or your date nights or whatever. There definitely is a level of critique and perfectionism that can come in here with Venus and Virgo, where it just kind of feels like nothing can satiate your satisfaction. It's like, and being ruled by Venus and having your chart ruler basically in her fall going through Virgo, and feeling like, okay, you're the goddess normally, but now the goddess is having to be a handmaid and or a cleaner, or something like that, and she's having to, like, get every spot off the chrome and off the mirror and scrub baseboards, and it's like that's the kind of vibe that we're dealing with here. So what I would give to you, the advice I would give to you with this is create with imperfection. Use the imperfection in your creation, use humanness. There's this human thing with Virgo that can deal with kind of like, and that's why there's like this cleanliness cliche with Virgo, and this whole like organization cliche, and this whole purity cliche with Virgo at times, because it's like Virgo can see so much of the imperfection and look around the world and just be like, why in the hell is this like this? And why am I here? And why is no one fixing this? And this is so undivine or ungodly. And it's like, so if you can kind of see, or kind of use the humanness and the messiness and the imperfection to create with, then you might just be surprised. And so much of this nodal axis has been about you really, getting out of your own freaking way, number one, with creating, and with, even, like with whatever it is that you're trying to put out into the world, whatever it is that you're trying to connect with other people with, and trusting in, putting it out there into the world, having faith in what you're doing, and kind of being your own cheerleader. But some of you guys could be returning to old projects, passions, artworks, romance, etc. with Venus here. It doesn't have to necessarily be all bad. Some of you guys could be improving old projects or redoing them or editing them. But once Venus moves into Libra, like Will was saying, it's definitely going to get a lot smoother, I think, because your ruling planet's definitely going to be in her other sign that she rules. And there's going to be more of a focus, though, on the actual day-to-day work, discipline, lifestyle, routines, task, things that you've got to do to take care of yourself on a day-to-day basis. So there's going to be a lot more harmony that needs to come into your life around this time. I think of like Libra in the sixth house as like yoga, or like, aerobics, or like, acrobats, or, like something balancing or whatever. Like, And the sixth house can be about your health and your routines and kind of blending things to harmonize your life in some way. And we start off October by having the full moon in Aries in your 12th house, which is definitely very much like, kind of taking a step back from your external world and your normal day-to-day hustle and bustle and busyness and work and other people and all that to kind of go inward and recheck in with yourself and recheck in with like, what do you feel? What do you think? What's going on with you? You could go through like a little bit of seclusion around the Aries full moon and feel a little bit more like getting back to your own instincts and seeing what's been going on with you subconsciously and where you've maybe repressed some of your masculine energy or some of your fire or some of your action oriented energy of things that you actually want to do. And so that's going to be like a nice refresh of kind of getting back to that right before we really move into a lot of the Libra vibes of the rest of the month. And um, so it's going to be very much about your relationships and your day-to-day life with work, task, jobs, um, things like that. But also your relationships in general, like your romantic relationships, your significant relationships, business partnerships. Um, and what's really going on there. Like Mars and Mercury want to cut through the bullshit. There can definitely be some heated discussions, some heated, deep discussions that need to be had or that kind of come out of a subconscious place or a feeling-based place. But this can also create a lot of really amazing breakthroughs in relationships and um, kind of like a strength of coming together in deeper ways. And so that's there too.
Yeah, I like that, and I like the fact that sometimes in our relationships, and I think that Taurus people in general have a tendency to normalize really not okay situations, and having Scorpio in the seventh is another one of those normalizing not okay situations. Like it's that energy where like you're like, okay, well, I've gotten used to like the darker side of things, so I can deal with this. And like not wanting to switch things up, but sometimes it needs to happen. Sometimes you need to have the discussion. Sometimes things need to be brought up. And one thing that happens when Mercury comes across Mars is some of the like the frustrations and the anger and the stuff that's been building up that you haven't necessarily been expressing can have a chance to come through, right? And you have the ability to actually figure out a lot of what's going on and a lot of what's driving your relationships as well, because sometimes you get a hint of like, this is why I'm in this relationship, or this is what's going on here, or this is why I keep having this relationship. Different person, same relationship. This is why this keeps coming up, because this is what I've got going on here. And it helps you kind of recalibrate a lot of the way that you see these things. And as somebody who really does prefer to not have to work too hard on too many things, like you like to get things set in your life and then just leave them and like let them play out. Like being able to possibly understand your relationships a little better is something that can really help you in the long run. And as you really start to gain your bearings again, as Venus moves into your sixth house and helps you figure out some of your routines and like some of that stuff on that area of life where Tawny was talking about, like you can really start to configure different areas of your life in a better way. She also mentioned the flowing energy between like Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars and Mercury to where you can really have breakthroughs, and you can have breakthroughs that are helping out in like really sociable ways and very, very like supportive ways for you, and ways that can help legitimately help you establish like a support system and a really like more stable and more structured like support system is what I'm feeling here. It's like your friends, your siblings, or that neighborhood, your transportation, maybe some communication depends on how this is playing out in your life, but as well as your relationships, where like those harder conversations, maybe you gain perspective again because Jupiter's involved with a lot of like the darker stuff and the harder stuff that's been going on, to where like you're able to figure it out. There is a chance with any type of connection with Jupiter where things get expanded, but maybe part of that expansion helps you figure out a lot of what you have going on and then helps you establish things in a better way that's more sustainable.
Yeah. I don't know what I did. I was trying to just see if there was like another way we could put the layout, and um, yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Made
So,
it disappear and then, yeah. Okay.
but yeah, no, I definitely agree with what you were saying. And what's also interesting is that Mars in the seventh rules the 12th. and we have that full moon there in the beginning of the month.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if something that has been going on with, Taurus risings behind the scenes subconsciously or with their partner behind the scenes subconsciously kind of starts coming to the surface or starts boiling over with that Scorpio energy. I really like what you said about Taurus versus Scorpio too, where, Taurus as a Taurus rising, they just want to be comfortable, secure. They are here to enjoy Earth and to enjoy the pleasures of the material world, but that can only get you so far and so deep. And Scorpio is more about the depth. And it's like, and that's why I think Taurus risings can get attracted sometimes to the wrong not necessarily the wrong relationships, but toxic or chaotic relationships with
Yeah.
people because they really just crave that depth. They crave something more than the surface level. They crave they maybe can sense the deeper emotions in people, but maybe those people haven't done the healing or whatever to be able to express their vulnerabilities. And that again goes back to the kind of Scorpio conflict of like they are deep people, but then can hide their vulnerability and hide their depth. And it's like, it's like a whole process for them, kind of transmuting that. But yeah, I definitely think that this is a month of really coming back to like what do so it's also kind of a social month because again we have those water signs activated and the water signs are in these social areas of the chart, the 7th, the 11th, and the 3rd. And so again there could be a lot of emotional connections centered around community relationships, support groups, um, whether that be online or in person or like whatever. There's a lot of collaboration and support here, a lot of connection, like-minded people that Taurus risings may be working with or coming across or in partnership with in some way. And then I think like the Libra, like all in all, this doesn't really look like a super bad month or anything for Scorpio or not Scorpios, Tauruses. It's really just a lot of emotional connection and support with others. And then a lot of rebalancing of habits and getting your day-to-day life into harmony, getting your work or your health or your routines or events or tasks or errands into some kind of harmony, which Venus will help you with after the 13th. Um, and still kind of releasing some of those old attachments to old perfectionism and old negativity surrounding the things that you bring into this world, the things that you create in your life. And so yeah. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think that that's pretty good. Like we see a shift where things may not have been like the most easy for you. The shift comes and you really start to figure out a lot about different areas of your life to where it may be uncomfortable, yes, but necessary is also quite like oh gosh, my words are not working right now. But anyways, like it may be uncomfortable, but it's necessary discomfort. It's necessary growing pains. It's necessary hard discussions. It's necessary changes. And then we will actually start to see the sun move into Scorpio later on in the month. And again, we're gonna have the focus being brought there and highlighted again. So like this is a month where like you and your relationships are going to be taking a lot of like center stage. You're going to be getting a lot of the importance and figuring out your relationship to your other relationship to your relationship can actually help you see how you shine in this area, and it can help you figure out what exactly you are, a few different things. What exactly you're attracting into this area of your life, what exactly you're doing with your relationships, and how exactly you're impacting your relationships yourself, and how these relationships are impacting you as well, and how you've got different things that are going on as well, affecting your mental health, your physical health as well. And there's just a lot of your life that is showing you that, hey, we're getting things figured out, and you've got support to help you through it. And this could be a time also where you want to make sure that you are using that support that you have in your relationship, in your friendships, and siblings if you have those.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And the final thing I'll kind of add to that is with both Mars and Venus being at home in your 6th and 7th house, I think it's going to help you resolve any issues that you've had in these places. So any conflicts or lack of peace that you've had in terms of your health, your job, your routines, kind of is able to balance out here. You're able to find peace. You're able to bring things together. You're able to balance it out more. You're able to see that, hey, it doesn't have to be this extreme or the other. And maybe you're able to even find support and collaboration in doing those things. And then your relationships with Mars being at home there, it's like, you're able to kind of break down what's not been working in your relationships and have important conversations about it with Mercury there and make the important and necessary changes. Now, again, your seventh house can sometimes just be your other person and not be anything about you. So this could be your partner making a lot of changes this month, or this could be your partner going through some breakthroughs, or kind of deciding to be more in their power or be more in their voice, or speak more about things. So yeah, that's what I would add there. Let us know, Taurus risings, if that resonated down below. Comment down below, sexy Taurus risings, because you are. So for Gemini risings, we have a massive kind of focus going from the 4th and up to the 6th, mainly in October. We'll have a full moon in the 11th in Aries. And we'll also have kind of a grand water trine between the 10th, the 2nd, and the 6th towards the end of the month. So yeah, so I would say, just starting off the bat, there's been a massive, massive focus on purpose, direction, dreams, long-term vision for your future. A very maybe creative vision, creative dreams, creative pursuits in terms of what is your spiritual dharma in your life and in the world, with Pisces in your 10th and the node there. And then with the South Node in Virgo in the 4th, and moving out of September, where we just had eclipses between this 10th, 4th axis, is, you kind of unraveling a lot of the karma in terms of home, family, personal life, private life, unraveling a lot of maybe feeling like maybe you didn't have the perfect upbringing, or you didn't have the perfect family growing up, or you come from humble beginnings, or you come from a particular situation or life that feels that felt maybe hard, or something along those lines, or maybe you've had a lot of intricate problems and issues at home, or with family, or with perfectionism, with criticism, judgment in the home and family, or with parents growing up. And that in some way has caused you to feel like you cannot maybe go after the things that you want, or that your dreams are impossible or imaginary and not realistic, something along those lines. And, you've learned a lot of lessons with that in September. And as we move into October, Venus is still going to be here in Virgo, moving across the South Node. So this is where you really, I think, start realizing how your relationships with family, how your relationships with your relationship with your past, your upbringing, your private life, your home life, the environment that you live in is very critical, and how that has been playing a part in your long-term goals and endeavors, and kind of letting go of these old attachments or these old ways of viewing relationships because of your family, or because of your upbringing, or because of, you know, um, your childhood, or whatever, ancestral wounds or karma, or like whatever the case may be. Your relationships with women and your family as well, with Venus, moving across the South Node. Venus then moves into Libra on October 13th, where she is at home. It's going to feel a lot better for you. And this is really where you're going, I think, to start focusing more on getting back into some kind of balance, truth, harmony, equilibrium, in terms of the things that you want to create in the world. Whether that, and the 5th house can be entertainment, romance. This could be going on like nice dates, going to events that are very charming, writing poetry, just doing different creative endeavors. It could also involve love and romance and sexuality as well. So those could be themes that you notice as well. But it's going to be really about coming back into harmony in this area of life, and balancing out this area of life, kind of seeing where maybe you have been in conflict here, and resolving some of those inner conflicts, so that you can feel more pleasure and harmony within your life. There's also this massive focus on the sixth house with Mars and Mercury coming into their conjunction there and getting into a grand water trine. Um, I think this is going to be really good for you if you're a Gemini rising because you're Mercury ruled. And so I would just say if you've been having some really tense issues at work or with a boss or with coworkers, it's going to be very easy to talk shit. It's going to be very easy to be argumentative. It's going to be very easy to just, and I mean, with Scorpio too, it's not even like a in your face Aries kind of energy. Like that's not Mars and Scorpio. Mars and Scorpio is like, I'm gonna poison your cereal and you're not looking. It's a feminine kind of behind the scenes, passive
Fair
aggressive,
enough.
you know, kind of energy. Now, I'm not saying you're literally going to poison your coworker cereal, but you could be holding on to some vengeful, or find yourself manipulating a situation to get it in your favor or saying certain things that can sting that are going to lead to other things that are going to undo the fabric of somebody's reality just because they have been a little bit shitty with you. And so just watch out for that. And this may even Mars and Mercury could show you where you have been in some kind of like psychosis is kind of like a heavy word, but something where you've been kind of obsessive about something that it's time to cut or let go. Now, the really good thing about this, and the thing I was going to originally say before all that just randomly kind of came up, is that I think this is going to be really good for like getting back into your power and taking responsibility of your life for some of you as well. And that's kind of the other side of this. You can either go into like blaming and shaming other people and being vengeful, or you can go into, you know what, like I'm going to cut out the bullshit of my life that's not working. I'm going to take responsibility for my life. I'm not going to allow other people to dictate how I feel about myself. And I'm going to get focused and I'm going to get back into the things that I know are going to work for me. I'm going to deal with these maybe things that I've been putting off because they're scary or because I feel some type of way about them. They feel deep, they feel dark, they feel, whatever. And I'm going to face these things so that I can have a healthier life and so that my lifestyle gets better and better. And so, yeah, what do you guys?
Yeah, I like that. I like everything that you said. And it's going to be an interesting month for Gemini risings because Mercury is doing the most. He's like doing the absolute most during this month, right? Because we start the month off with Mercury squaring Jupiter, right? Just to start the month. And then afterwards, Mercury moves into Scorpio, and then Mercury continues on. And it's just like there's a whole lot going on. And this on top of the fact that Gemini already has Uranus in the first house. So there are already just like things just exciting your life, exciting your world, exciting your body, possibly way too much energy going on there. You need to do something to get rid of it. But like there's so much that's happening with Mercury just going like from place to place and just doing all the things. I feel like it's going to be a month where you have a lot of like really productive times and then you have times where you're just like all over the place. Like it's just going to be a lot of energy, and it's a lot of energy that again like you're going to want to find some way to get rid of the energy, some way to use the energy to be productive, right? Because otherwise you're just possibly like doom scrolling and like just there's just a lot of energy just showing that you've got a lot going on, right? Now, one of my favorite things about this is the fact that we do have Mercury coming up to Mars because it leads to some connections of these areas of your life as well, and it leads to your ability to possibly connect to something deeper. A lot of the times with we when we have like the Gemini energies, it's a lot of surface level, just like go 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 go, and um it's not very controlled, it's not very sustained, it's just all over, right? And Mercury getting to a deep point can be intense, but sometimes that intensity can kind of level out a lot of the other things that you have going on because Mercury will be in Scorpio and it will lead you to like naturally move into an area where you're thinking more about this area of your life where you're possibly thinking more about your health. And I do think it's important for Gemini people to pay attention to their health during this time because there is excess energy. Like there's a lot, and I'm not kidding when I say there's a lot going on there. And having something, paying attention to different like promptings, different impressions that you get when it comes to your health and things that you need to do to maybe switch up your routines, maybe switch up your diet when it comes to different things that you need to be doing to take care of yourself. It might be a good idea. Whoa, sorry about that. But there's there's a lot here that's showing that like it's a month. It is going to be a month for you where you are going to have a lot to do. There's going to be a lot that you can get done, especially if you can focus on different things. Um, and just take into account everything that you just said about the different aspects of your life that are getting lit up and the different things that you're going to be able to do with those energies. Because when you start to put things together and start to really work with your life and let it flow in the way that it can, you can truly unlock your potential because you have the ability during the next few years to really upgrade your life and to really take it to the next level. It just depends on where exactly you're focusing your energy because there is a lot of flowing energy that's flowing from different areas of your life right now where you've got energy that's connecting, with Saturn in your 10th house. And there's still like a connection there being made to Neptune in your 11th house to where like these energies are also being connected because Saturn has moved back from your 11th house into your 10th house. And it's maybe making it to where maybe some of you have started thinking about maybe working with groups or having the way that you approach your careers involving more people now, or it's dealing with societies, or it's dealing with like something that's just on a whole nother level. Because whenever we've got energies where a planet retrogrades from one sign to another or moves from one sign to the next, it kind of connects these energies, especially with a retrograde, because it brings the energy back and then later on will continue forward. And a lot of the stuff that you're getting right now are like the energy that's coming through and the different things that are happening in your life are going to have greater importance as Saturn starts to go forward and as all of the energies turn around. Because I think that also in this month we have Pluto who stations direct as well, right? So like there's energy showing that like all right, some of these pieces are starting to come into play, and a lot of the energies that you are directly playing part of in the grand scheme of things for the next few years, like you're getting your cues. So pay attention to what's happening, and also towards the end of the month, Mercury's going to start slowing down to start flipping around to go retrograde. So that's another thing for you to keep in mind is like some of the stuff that's happening towards the end of the month is going to be coming back to you, and you want to pay attention to the different aspects that you are making in your life. Like you're in different areas. Like I feel like you're going to be all over the place. You might be all over the place sometimes, like in general, but this month in particular, like you're going to be making important connections. There's going to be important stuff that will be bigger picture things because we do have Mercury making contact with Mars, and that's making contact to Jupiter, and it's also making contact to Saturn and Neptune as well. Like there's a lot of these energies that are showing us that like a lot of the big picture stuff that's going to be playing out over the next few years is getting activated during this time as well. So keep in mind everything that you were saying in the beginning that is focusing on different aspects of what's happening this month and the way that you can work with the energies because you're getting the keys to unlock all kinds of potential. And what you choose to do with it is going to be depending upon where you focus your energy and where exactly you are putting your life into order and where you're letting it go.
Yes, I love that. Some things I wanted to add that I feel like go into what you were just saying too. Um, I feel like with the Scorpio energy in the sixth, like purge, detox kind of vibes as well with health. This could be a really good time to like flush out toxins, stop doing bad habits or toxic habits, anything toxic. Okay, it's time to cut it out. And I think it's going to be a lot easier for you to focus on that and decide and make swift and decisive decisions on those things with Mercury, your ruling planet with Mars.
Mhm.
So yeah, but you may deal with some toxic personalities at work though. So just keep that in mind. Deep psychological breakthroughs there as well. And then I've been saying this for Gemini since like, the beginning of this year with that Aries energy in the 11th, and we start off the month on October 6th with an Aries full moon in your 11th. Like I think that this is a time that is pushing you guys into leadership massively. It's like leading a movement or leading a community. And this is how you know if this is for you. I feel like it's going to be for a lot of you, though, because number one, you have Pluto in your ninth in Aquarius, also very movement kind of energy, the North Node in the 10th. And then, the energy of all the Aries stuff that we have or had. But you're the one. Like you're gonna be. It's like you got to be the alpha here. Like you got to be. You got to be the trailblazer. That's what Aries is. It's the trailblazer. And within your 11th, I think what you guys may be doing is looking around the world and seeing like why is no one doing this, and why aren't there people doing this? Why is no one doing that? Why is no one doing something about that? And it's like, well, maybe it's because you're meant to. Like, obviously, not everything, like, but if you truly feel like there's something that is your purpose or you have this higher calling, all this Pisces shit in your 10th, then it may be time to listen to that. You may be the one that's pushed to blaze the trail there, you know, especially with Aries. Aries is the lone wolf, but it's in the 11th house of other people. So, I really feel like it's like something to do with leadership. And then even Mars being the ruler of that. And in your sixth with Mercury, it's like, how are you leading yourself? Because when you start figuring out how to lead yourself through icky situations, then you can lead others through it. So being the one, you know, kind of having that identity of like the one, Uranus in your sign, I see is like a little boy genius or something, you know, like Uranus and Gemini, like in the first, like, it's like, it really could. It could be bringing out like your genius, your skills, the traits about you that are different and like crazy and wild, but like, you know, like, but messy and fun. It's like Gemini is normally like a ping pong table, you know, like back and forth, back and forth. But now you're like a pinball machine, you know, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know,
With
like,
all the lights and
yeah,
like all
yeah,
of the stuff going
exactly.
on.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like embrace it. You are a little crazy right now. Like I said to one of the other signs earlier, like embrace that maniacal laugh, you know, go a little manic and allow yourself to like, you know, do what you got to do. Do what you're feeling called to do. Like listen to yourself, listen to your callings, listen to your visions, your bigger visions, your big vision energy is what I call it. Like, listen to that and it will guide you. I also think that with the grand water trine this month, the last thing I wanted to kind of add here is that with this grand water trine between Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars and Mercury, it really, every time I see this between the second, sixth, 10th, usually it's like receiving some kind of payoff for the work that you've been putting in. So it will be very easy for you to get into a flow and to receive from the things that you do if you are doing things, right? So, I mean, Saturn's involved. So there likely is going to be some kind of like, you know, making sure that it's, you know, it's that it's worth it, making sure that you deserve it, you know, or making sure that you've put it, the cause and effect is equal, right? So with Jupiter in your second, you really have the ability right now to expand financially with resources and all of that. And then with Mars in your sixth, Mars is in its joy in your sixth, you have this discipline and this focus right now that can really be put into like really getting things done and going deep and doing the work, whether it be at your job or your physical work or your business or your career or your routines or your health or like whatever it may be, whatever work that you know is dutiful, that you feel you're devoted to, it can really, 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 you know, be really huge right now. And it's leading towards this big vision. It's like whatever you're doing on a day-to-day basis, whatever comes up on a day-to-day basis, whether it be with your health routines, work, job, the task and the responsibilities that you're doing on a day-to-day basis are all leading you to this big vision. And that's what you just have to kind of remember and keep in mind and have faith in and trust in. It's like it's all leading up. You're compounding like, you know, momentum. You're compounding steps upon steps upon steps to lead you to the big vision that you have for yourself and to for your life. So, alrighty. Are we good on Gemini risings?
I feel like we are.
Alrighty, let us know down below, Gemini risings, if that related. Give us all of your sexy feedback and comment down below, sexy Gemini rising, to let us know that you watched until the end of your horoscope. Cancer rising. Alrighty, so moving on to Cancer risings. This month for Cancer risings, we have a lot of interesting stuff going on. Your cardinal houses are now going to be kind of coming into the mix here. So 10th with the Aries full moon at the beginning of the month, and then the 4th. And we're really coming out of, you know, eclipse season, which was in your third and your ninth. You know, not that difficult of a place to have it, but you've probably been going through a lot of restructuring around your outlooks on life, your perspectives, your beliefs, but I think even more so likely something to do with location or neighborhood or city or short trips and travels and family or extended family members. Kind of, I really am getting kind of the feeling of like letting go of a place or letting go of an environment or letting go of, um, you know, an old town that you used to live in or an old place that you used to live or something along those lines. And really, like you're kind of getting pushed, I think, into really trusting and really having faith in something bigger than yourself. and you're being shown where you may try to like figure it all out, where you may try to like critique and plan and obsess and overanalyze over all the like the little details, and then it never ends up really being any of that, or it never goes anywhere because right now you're really being pushed to like truly, truly have faith, like straight up, Rose on the Titanic with her arms out, like just like have faith, in the ocean. You're gonna be fine. It's all good. Especially with Jupiter in your freaking sign as well, like in Cancer, it's just I don't know, the Titanic example I feel like is just so perfect in so many ways. But anyway, so then, we do still have Venus moving through Virgo the first couple weeks of the month of October. Definitely going to, I think, show you maybe some old relationships or old connections, old friends, again, maybe some old environments, old attachments that you have to material things or to places, people, things that are maybe I don't know, like some of them could be helpful and healthy, some of them could not. Maybe you go back to like a gym that you were going to for a while that was really healthy for you and really good for your mind. Maybe you leave a gym because it's just no longer aligned with you or something like that, right? Things like that. I'm kind of feeling with that, Venus and Virgo South Node situation. And then Venus moves into Libra, your fourth house, home, family, personal life. And private life. And this is really going to be more of a focus on coming into some kind of peace and equilibrium with family members and with your relationship with family members. Um, but at the very beginning of the month, on the 6th, we had the Aries full moon, which will kind of reignite the flame within you for your career or for your direction. It's like the manifestation of maybe something that you've been working on for the last couple of months is really going to be seen here in terms of your direction in life, your leadership skills, how you are leading your life forward. Again, I use those words because it's Aries in the 10th house. So it's like, what kind of leadership are you stepping into in terms of your life? Where are you going in your life? You're in charge of where your life is going with Aries in the 10th. You're in charge of your career. You're in charge of your direction in life. How are you leading that? And so that's really going to come up with the full moon in Aries. And then as we get through halfway, kind of other half of October, there really starts to be a focus on compromising within the home and family, balancing things out there. Venus here is going to be very, very helpful with that. And then Mars in Scorpio with Mercury in the fifth. I've really kind of seen this play out for a lot of Cancer risings in terms of like, you've got to be careful with your vices. You've got to be careful with the things that you do for pleasure, fun, entertainment. I don't think this is going to be anything like that bad. Mars rules Scorpio, so it's at home here. Still, Mars is a malefic planet. And I just think when anything that you take to an extreme, you're going to experience consequences with, right? And so if you are, going the therapeutic, I don't know, like psychoanalysis classes or something, and you start doing that all the time and thinking about it all the time and obsessing about it all the time, there's an extreme to that. If you go to events every so often or parties or concerts and then you start doing that all the time, there's an extreme to that. If you decide, you know what, like I'm going through a phase where I just don't care and I'm going to sleep around, and then you start doing that all the time, there are consequences to that, And so basically there are constant consequences to any kind of extreme. And Mars, or I'm sorry, Scorpio in the fifth house really brings up this relationship with pleasure and pain. And so I think, there will be some things that come up with that, but it's really about finding the things that you like to do for fun, but not doing them in a destructive way. And
Yeah.
so, yeah.
One of those things that can be a result of you doing a little too much of that fun stuff with the Mars and physical pleasures could be a kid. That could be one of those resulting things, fifth house. So understand that that's a possibility. I
Yeah.
just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
But one thing I do like about what's going on is like there will be a point where we're gonna have Jupiter in the first, not afflicted by Saturn or Mars. So some expansion definitely like possible there. And then you're also going to have Venus in the fourth. So where like there's a possibility of like good things coming in on like the two benefics are in a really good position for you. So you yourself as well as your foundations are having the ability to like receive some really good energy. And it can be like something that's hopeful, especially for Cancer risings, because Cancerian people, I think a lot of the times have a tendency to go dark when when things start to spiral, they spiral, and the connection to the past and the connection to a lot of things that have happened. And whenever we talk about anything that's happening with like eclipses or any of that, we're talking about things that are directly involving the moon. And people that are Cancer risings are ruled by the moon. So like their lives are already going through ebbs and flows constantly, right? And having just a bit of like reassurance going on is a beautiful thing. I think I'm excited about that. Like I love that you've got that going on. And yes, you do have the hard times with the Aries full moon because the moon is in a place that she doesn't necessarily enjoy, and there are possibly harsh things that come about. But you've got again like the beauty of still um having Jupiter there to help lend something beautiful to a lot of what's happening. So your the angular houses, the important parts of life, like the critical points, are receiving good energy, and I'm excited about that. There's a lot that happens. There's a lot that you have going on, and you probably have been just dealing with a lot of just ups and downs, ebbs and flows, and it's part of your like natural cycle throughout life. But it is good again to have positivity thrown in there as well. Like that's one of my happy things for you. Like it's happening right there in your first house. So it can give you like perspective on the trajectory of your life. It can give you perspective and a better perspective when it comes to your body, possibly. Like use this time and use this month because it just happened to be like one of those months where things aren't as chaotic as they are in most other months. Like we've had a chaotic year. We've had a lot going on. So take this time to enjoy yourself and like really bask in the beauty of living and just and being here. I think that's a happy thing that I'm taking away from like the Cancer side of things. I guess I've been like super positive with this one. Like I'm just like, yay, but positivity, yay. There are okay,
You're feeling that like the Pisces placements in the ninth.
yeah, right.
Really, they're honestly like really modeling though, I think, where they are maybe trying to get to and may some of them may not be seeing. And what I mean by that is like I really feel like that third house Virgo South Node is like them kind of maybe losing a lot of things that were in their environment that were comfort zones at some point, and them falling into attachments, like physical attachments in their day-to-day reality, but it keeps them kind of critical. Like whether it's a job that they hate but they settle and they stay at, or whether it's like an environment that they go to but they settle and they stay at, or whether it's like a place they're living or like a neighborhood they're living in that they hate but they settle and they stay at. And it's like and they sit there and like lack, usually breeds more lack. It becomes contagious. And Virgo has this thing with like lack a lot, like we were talking about earlier. And like, so I think that it's like I almost see like, so the best way I can describe this is like I almost see this Virgo third house South Node as like the people that sit there and like criticize the woo-woo people, and like the ninth house Pisces are like the really woo-woo, like, you just gotta let go and you gotta flow and you gotta be positive, like you were saying. And like the Virgo
Like,
South
nah, bro.
Node is like, that is not realistic and this is why I can't, and you don't understand because this, that, and the other, and this is going on and I have that going on. I have to do this at noon and I have to like, and like and that's like the difference, right? And it's like you've got to, like, I get it. It's not that you can't be practical or realistic, but you've got to let go of some of your nagging and some of your criticism and some of your like overanalyzing. And you got to throw yourself into the woo woo manifestation world, man. Like, you just got to do it. It's time. It's like, do you want to experience gratitude and bliss and joy and like serenity? Or do you want to keep experiencing like,
Misery.
yeah, like it's like which one do you want? You know what I mean? And so again, I'm not saying that you can't both be like I'm practical and realistic, but I also have a shit ton of faith. And I also have a shit ton of trust in the universe and my beliefs and myself, and like I can experience Both. And that's so much else. Like what I was going to go into is like this season, with it being Libra season, it's about holding duality. Can you hold the beautiful and the good and the inspiring? Like, are you allowing yourself to get inspired? Ninth house Pisces. Are you allowing yourself to like what are you feeding your mind on a day-to-day basis? Like Virgo third house. Like, are you listening to inspiring people, or are you listening to, like, again, like you said earlier, like doom scrolling on TikTok all day, fifth house
Hmm.
Scorpio, like too. Like, are you listening to people that are at where you want to be? Are you listening to people that like make you believe that bigger things are possible? Like ninth house Pisces is like, oh my God, like this life is limitless. Like there are possibilities everywhere. Like a miracle could happen any minute now. I am a miracle. This moment is a miracle. Like I am like breathing and feeling like a miracle, like, and Virgo, the Virgo third house South node, again, shadow side more Virgo. I'm not saying that Virgo is just only a nitpicky bitch, like at all, but it can be. That is a side of it. Okay. There are good positive sides to Virgo too. So please don't get me wrong there. But I mean, it's like this is about leaning into your inspiration and learning from those ninth house, learning from those who are in a state of energy and feeling that you desire to experience and be in, learning from those that are have the gifts that you desire to develop more of, or that, are doing the things that you desire to do, that have the same vision as you, following your vision for your life, ninth house Pisces, like being a visionary. Or it's like, do you want to get stuck in the practical? The practical is only one plane of dimension. There's multiple planes of dimension. The practical is the first. It's literally the first plane. Only what we can see, feel, touch is real. Okay. And it's like, but there's so much more than that that is real. There's so much that we actually can't see with our eyes. That doesn't mean that it's not there. And so this is getting into the unseen. This is getting into the realm of possibility and potential, rather than just the realm of predictability, and kind of graduating from that realm and finding that middle ground. It doesn't mean that you have to be completely delulu, although a lot of the times it's not delusion. Delusion is thinking that just because you can see it, that you can count on it, because that's not true either. As we see with nature all the time, you could build a shelter today and tomorrow an earthquake could happen and it could be gone. So you can't always depend on what you can see, feel, and touch. And so I think this is really like allowing yourself to go full on woo. And I think that also it is about kind of like holding duality, because there are like a lot of really beautiful things happening this month, I think, for you if you're a Cancer rising. But if you're so caught in predictability and the negative and what's not happening and how you're not satisfied, you're going to miss it. And like you've got to be able to, because I think a lot of people struggle. And as a Cancer rising, I feel like this is especially true for them because they're ruled by the moon. So they're so driven by their mood. And so they can, maybe be in that good mood, but they can't hold that good mood if something else happens that is negative. And so it's like, okay, can you allow the negative thing to happen, but not make it so like finite where it like has to stay that way now? It's like we always allow a negative emotion to ruin a positive one. But how often do we allow a positive emotion to ruin a negative one? Not very often. And so it's like if you can hold both and say, life is good. And I kind of had a shitty day today and it sucked, but it doesn't mean that my life is falling apart and it's going to be okay. And I still have faith and I still believe in the bigger context that I'm holding for my life and what I desire in my dreams. It's all going to be okay. It's just one bad day out of, a whole journey of a lifetime, like, and so I think like holding that duality is so important. And what you were kind of saying about the moon, the full moon happening in Aries and the moon not really liking to be in Aries and all of that. I think that, and it's it's somewhat squaring Jupiter and just the sign of Cancer anyway. I really think that like I kind of got the feeling about that could be that full moon could be kind of asking Cancer risings to step more into leadership, to step up in some way and put their own feelings aside, and that is how the growth will happen, or like put their own needs aside for a second to step up into leadership, and that's where the actual growth will happen, to do something uncomfortable, to face some kind of friction or edge or conflict, and that is actually how they grow. And so yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And I like a lot of what you were saying when you were talking about like that serious focus on the third and ninth house like axis there, because there's something I think that a lot of people just kind of forget when it comes to those cadent houses when we're talking about like third, ninth, sixth, and 12th. Those are houses that are they're always on, they're always going. It's stuff that's just constantly just eating away, right? And we don't tend to pay attention to the nodes until they become visible because of a new moon or a full moon, because it changes things and they become visible in that moment. However, they are still at work, whether we are paying attention to them or not. They are still driving something in our lives. And to know that like you have those changes that are here that are trying to help us move out of one area and into another, because we're eventually trying to get a balance here, right? And I think that a lot of people are like worried about, oh, going too far in one direction or the other. Like the universe will figure that out, because yes, we've got them on this axis now. In 9 years it's going to flip and we're going to be pushed to the other side. Like this is the way this works. The universe has us worked out. It's got our backs. We just need to flow with the energy. And Cancerian people need to flow with the energy more than other people, because you are the epitome of flow. The
Yeah.
moon governs the flow. The moon does so much for us that most people are unaware of. The moon protects us from a lot of things. The moon's constantly clearing things. The moon is our filter. The moon does so much. And you have to understand that this is a time where, yes, we like to keep things like in reality. I'm a Virgo. Like I've got a lot of Virgo placements. I love reality. It's my favorite. But I also have Jupiter opposing my Virgo placements, leading into like another side of things. And there is importance here in having that faith. And one other thing that we need to keep in mind when we're talking about reality is Saturn is right there in Pisces, and the ability to make a new reality or change reality or infuse reality with new stuff is there, because we've got Jupiter making a positive connection as well. We have Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, and Mars all making a connection to where you have the ability to change reality right now. And you have the ability to change your reality, especially if you are leaning towards that positive side of things, which you have available right now. You have the ability to tap into that and create from there, because you are creating. The moon is what helps manifest a lot of what we have here, and you can make it happen. It's just, where are you letting yourself go? Are you going into the past? Are you getting stuck in past behaviors? Are you getting stuck in toxic things? Or are you going to let yourself transmute this stuff, change the way that you're thinking, give yourself the drive to move forward, push forward, and make a new life, make a new world? Because this is on you. Like you have this ability here. You can choose what you want to do. I hope that you choose the positive side because you have it available, but nobody's going to force you. Nobody can force you. This is all about you, and how you act and how you feel is directly connected to your body as well. So think about that as well. To the fact that like this is not just affecting your emotional sides, but your emotions are also feeding into your body, and then your body's also then creating different things within the rest of you, because it's all in one. It's all connected, and you have that ability to connect to these things in a different way, because the way that you think, the stuff that you are able to manifest is very much connected to the way you see the world, your philosophy, your connection to spirituality, religion, or whatever your path is. Figure that out, because it can help you truly connect to the beauty of the darkness, the beauty of the good stuff, the beauty of everything in between, because you make that connection every month to everything that's going on. You feel it. And I know that a lot of Cancerian people get a bad rep for having that that fluctuation in their ways, but you do so much. And it's something that you need to learn how to appreciate yourself as well. And you need to take care of yourself as well. You need to give yourself that rest. You need to give yourself that ability and that grace to truly understand, yes, this has happened in my past, but it doesn't have to rule me. I
Mhm.
can create a new future.
Mhm. Yeah, that was beautiful, totally. And emotions are so powerful. I mean, they're energy. And when you can learn how to channel and harness that emotional energy, you can literally create new realities, you know? And one last thing I want to kind of leave here for Cancer risings is just remember something I always say, your circumstances are not more powerful than you. And so I think that that's really huge with that Virgo third house south node and stuff. So like you always have the ability, especially with Jupiter ruling your ninth, being in your first and the connection, you know, that it's making to your ninth. It's like you have the ability to create this vision. It's all just up to your belief, your faith, and your trust in it. Sure, you're gonna have moments where you doubt, but you don't have to stay there. You don't have to make the doubt bigger than your faith. Um, so yeah, thank you, Cancer Risings. Let us know down below how that was. Comment down below, Sexy Cancer Rising. Let us know that you watched until here. Finally, Leo Risings. Our fellow Leo Risings. You have two Leo Risings telling you about your Leo Rising month ahead. Like, lucky fucking you.
Right?
You'll have to let us know below because we were both talking about just how freaking crazy September was. So you'll have to let us know down below how crazy your September was, if it was as crazy for you as it was for us. Um, I usually do get a little bit more personal during the Leo rising readings because I just use a lot of my own experience to kind of, relate how some of these things are playing out. And so feel free to do that if you want. If you don't want, you're fine. But like, um, so the craziest fucking thing, I just want to say this because I've been like dying to share this and say this. It's so insane. Like you cannot make this shit up. So 2025 is a 9 year, right, in numerology, and nine is like a year of cycles, closings, endings, releasing, like everything coming full circle, right? And next year will be a 1 year, okay? Well, 9 years ago, 2016, we had the nodes in Pisces and Virgo, but they were opposite, okay? In our second and eighth house. 2016, all right? 2016, I got off drugs. I quit drugs cold turkey, ended up in ICU, having a near-death experience, and that is what started my spiritual journey. So that is what started this whole freaking journey, okay? And around that time, I mean, it started all kinds of things. I stopped smoking in 2016, 2017, started vaping, and I just stopped vaping. And so 2016 was also a 9 year, which was crazy. And so it's like all these freaking cycles are just coming like full circle. And that is why I've realized that the second house is so fucking much more than just money and resources because again, it was September 2016 when I had that like near death experience, ended up in the hospital. Why? I was coming off of something I relied on to prop up who I thought I was at that time, right? Drugs. And now I'm coming off a medication, something I relied on, coming off vaping, a nicotine habit, something I relied on. Like it's just like all coming full circle. And I feel the best I've ever felt. Like I've lost so much weight in like the last month, just like out of freaking nowhere. And I just feel like free and like liberated, and it's just absolutely insane. But the second and eighth house is no fucking joke, pretty much. And that eclipse season was just so wild, so magical, so like, I mean, it felt like a psychedelic journey in so many ways. And I just, you can't make this shit up. Like, literally 9 years later, down to like the month, um, I'm like ending all these cycles that started 9 years ago. It was just insane to me. Like astrology is just so insane. So anyway,
I love that.
I
I love how like you can see how it's tying into the fact that like as I've been stating in my videos here recently, like you have to understand that astrology is the study of cycles and patterns, right? We are getting cycles and patterns, and the better connected you are to your cycles and patterns, the better you can apply this in your life and unlock more power, right? Because you're seeing right now, hey, we're getting the reversal. This is where you actually have to like reconcile the different energies, and you're like, all right, this isn't good for me anymore. This is getting to like I'm getting rid of this. Like there's just so much that happens to like let you know, hey, this is your own personal connection to this. And like we're talking about our stories right now. She just talked about hers, and you have your own story. So think about the different things that are coming back into your life that are connecting you to 9 years ago. The things that are connecting you to like if you can't think back that far, though, like you can look back to like 6 months ago where we had the eclipses happening on the other side. Like there's just so much that can help us clue into the different things that we have going on in our lives that can help us understand the big picture of things. And like this is where we also see the Virgo Pisces side of things, where Virgo's the details. Virgo is like the little tiny mapped out stuff, and then Pisces is like the great picture of everything, right? And we're connecting those two things because we like to think of them as separate, but it's all connected. Like like those Jupiterian and those Mercurial energies, they seem like they're in opposition. They seem like there's so much difference there, but it's just the same energies on different levels. It's amazing how you can see that happen. And then when you have the reversals, it shows you it's like, hey, this is real. Like this is your life, and you're seeing it play out. I love that.
Yeah. And I mean, and it definitely does have to do with money too. Money has been a huge, huge topic this eclipse season, but not like really in a way of like, oh, make more money, but more so in a way of like releasing patterns around money. Like I cannot even describe to you how much has changed and nothing has changed. Like because of these patterns being released around like money and survival and hoarding on to money and trying to control money, and that were really just old patterns from like when I was younger and like, when I was, like trying to survive out there, like, and it's like I've come into this place where it's like I've released so much around money and so much around like survival, and I've never felt so fucking safe before in my life, and it's absolutely insane. And I've just it's so much. I can't even talk about it all because it's like I'm still trying to find the words for it because it's probably been one of the most powerful eclipse seasons of my life. Like seriously, like it was insane. But I think for Leo risings, whether some of you guys relate to some of that or not, it really is just a time of coming out of a massive breakthrough period. And even more so for those of us that have things in Virgo and Pisces,
Yeah.
it's like transcending old realities, transcending old patterns, old structures, old ways of doing things that we held on to with that Virgo South Node in the second to keep ourselves safe or to feel protected, old coping mechanisms. Virgo is all about a quick fix. It also can be like it likes to do things right at times as well. So there's that polarity to it where sometimes it's like, no, we got to do this right and all the way. And other times it's like, oh, we'll just patch this up here and, worry about it later. Like but it's all about kind of its like little quick fixes, and I think we've had a lot of quick fixes, whether it's been with money or habits or health or codependency issues or, whatever lifestyle issues or, whatever the case may be that we're realizing we don't need anymore. And I was just telling like my partner and my friends over the last several days, I was like, I feel like I don't need anything outside of myself anymore. And it is the most freeing fucking feeling. Like, I feel like I don't need to manifest. Like I am the manifestation. You know what I mean? Like very Leo rising, by the way. But
Right.
it's
Right there
like
in the center.
yeah, it's like I'm already it. Like I'm the one. Like, holy shit. Like, but anyway, it's just like so much is being released through that South Node in Virgo of what we've been clinging to, again, whether it's been habits or mechanisms or like physical things, like physical actual things, material things, resources that were a priority to us once or that we thought we needed to survive that really we don't. And it's like again, like I said earlier in one of the horoscopes, it's like the second house really props up the first. And so it's the foundation of the identity in the body. So what does our body need? And sometimes those quote unquote things that we think we need are not actually things that we need anymore. And we've grown out of. And it's been about really releasing them and closing those cycles on old things and realizing that there are higher truths, there are higher frequencies, there are higher energies with money, with wealth, with resources, Pisces, North Node, and the eighth. Um, I have learned a lot that like the more that I don't care about money, the more money I make. It's like this weird paradox of like Virgo, Pisces, the more energetically aligned I am with money in terms of I believe more is coming, the more that it does. As soon as I start getting into like hyper control and holding on and trying to figure it all out, it's like the farther I get, so yeah, it's
Yeah.
just been a really miraculous experience. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that that's part of what happens with the Virgo energies. Like I mentioned in another one, like I've got the um the sun, like Mercury Cazimi in Virgo, and I've also got the moon there. And again, the sun is our ruler, so like double importance, right? And there's something that happens with Virgo energies where we do what we can to control the outside world, to impose some type of structure that does not exist on the inside. I always tell people like, you see the chaos that a Gemini exposes like on the outside, all of that just all over the placeness. Virgo has that going on the inside because like on the outside we have a very structured appeal. We have a structured way of like projecting to the world. However, on the inside, we have a constant influx of energy and information, and we're always breaking down everything. There's so much that's going on all the time. It does not stop, right? And part of what I think we have to learn during this time as Leo risings is that we cannot control everything. Try as we may, things will happen that will be out of our control. And the freaking out is what's keeping us from actually achieving and receiving from the other side because not everything has to deal with what we make. Not everything has to deal with what we bring in. There is a whole other side of things, and they work together, right? And the stronger we try and chokehold our finances and chokehold and like keep on to like our stuff here on this side, the less of a chance we give the other side to work with us. And the other side is literally like bringing things into us. It's the eighth, like other people's finances, inheritances. There's so many different things that come in on the other side, where if we're so focused on this one side, we never get to experience the other side because it doesn't have a chance. We block it out because we legitimately block it out. We're like, no, I'm
Yeah.
going to micromanage this. This is what I want here. This is how I'm going to handle this. Um,
Yeah,
period.
it's about
Like,
like it's like about receiving, you know. It really goes back to like your capacity to receive. When you receive small things, can you still be grateful? If not, then you have a very low capacity to receive, and you're likely not going to receive very big things until you can really truly receive the small things, like a compliment, like finding
and
an
that's another Virgo thing too, though, because
yeah,
we give, we don't receive.
right,
It's
yeah,
very hard for a Virgo to take anything from anybody. We'll
yeah,
give you everything. Like, you want my shoes? Got it. Like, you want the
yeah,
shirt off my back? Got it.
yeah,
Oh, you want to give me something? No, I'm good.
yeah, and
But I
that's
think that's
why.
also part of the mentality is like blocking the universe getting back.
Yeah, totally. And that's what Pisces is a lot of the time is like receiving. And that, like I always say for Leo risings, like with us having Pisces in the eighth house, like the universe is literally our sugar daddy. Like, so the more that like we're in a good relationship with the universe and the more that we're like in a good relationship with like, you know, energy and source and like all that, like the more we're going to feel taken care of and the safer we're going to feel is like, yeah, like you do have some control. It's not like, okay, I'm just gonna never do anything
Open up to everything. Yeah.
like, you know, but and then what you said too, you'll have to probably bring some of this back up for Virgo risings horoscope because I'm sure they'd love to hear it though, hear it too. But I think as Leo risings of us kind of coming out of September, um, is really going to be interesting and going into October because first off, the first couple weeks of October, we still have Venus moving across the South Node in the second house of Virgo, and she will begin to oppose Saturn as well before she moves into Libra. And so this is definitely going to be a time where we are maybe doing some reconstruction around the things that we can control and releasing more of what is out of our control. Releasing again old attachments to and or relationships to certain things, whether they be material things or whether they be habits or whatever the case may be. It's like we are learning how to kind of reshape our relationship with the value of beauty, I think, in a lot of ways too. Kind of, and the second house can kind of rule like self-worth, self-esteem, like really kind of like reflecting on our values and reflecting on what things mean to us, what things are worth to us, like what our priorities are, and where we're putting value in certain things. And so then we're going to have a Aries full moon in our ninth house, which is definitely going to be a time of us really kind of jumping back into remembering like what we want our higher purpose to be or what we the vision that we hold for our higher purpose or even like a learning pursuit or an endeavor kind of really becoming clear or really becoming seen and known around that time. Maybe a travel journey or pursuit or something that we're going on for some people. Usually I love the Aries full moon because around this time of year, because it really is this like, oh my God, like it's time to do me. Like I'm so done. Like, you know, and I'm as a Libra sun, it's amazing to
Yeah.
energy because I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, a break from everybody fucking else and what they think, like think fuck. Like it's like, okay, like screw everybody else. I'm being selfish. Ha ha ha. You know, like the one time the like one time of year where I'm like, you know what, I've got to do what's best for me, you know, like and so we could definitely be feeling that. We could definitely be feeling like, you know, and when I think of like third, ninth house as well, like being a bit more vocal about what we believe or being a bit more clear on the direction that we're going in or comfort zones that we want to bust out of or kind of putting our feelings out there a bit more. Um, Other than that, we also have, you know, Venus will then move into Libra and we'll have more of kind of a Libran month the second half of October, just because, you know, the first part of the month, yes, it's Libra season, but, you know, we really only have the sun moving through there at that point, and we'll have an Aries full moon, which will bring up more Aries energy, and Venus will be in Virgo. So then after like October 13th, we really get into the Libra energy because Venus will move into Libra. We'll have the new moon in Libra around like the 21st, I think. And yeah, so it'll definitely be a time where we're more focused on our day-to-day lives and environments. And usually what I see this time of year as a Libra rising or a Leo rising, I mean, is like going out and doing things more, mingling more, like going to events, going with friends, exploring new areas, like surroundings in our neighborhood or our cities, or going to a spot we haven't been to in a while, going on dates, going to like little charming outings, like things like this. It's kind of like a mingling time, I really
Yeah.
like this a lot. And a lot to do with speaking as well, whether it's like speaking our truth about something, content creation, especially if you're a content creator, can really come into focus around this time. And yeah, just being more social. We're definitely going to feel more social and
Yeah, I also think that because Venus is the one that rules our third and our 10th houses, her moving back into Libra really does give us a bit of a boost there. Whereas when she's going through Virgo, like those two areas of our lives are like kind of like, oh, well, what's going on here, right? And I think that when she pops back in there, it's like, okay, this is what we had going on. We were deconstructing a lot of things in this area of our lives. So now we can actually use what it is that we discovered we need to let go, the stuff that we need to tweak. And then now we can use that, put it into action, and actually improve both the third and the 10th house areas of our lives. So I like that.
yeah, like
Um,
create and make decisions from that.
yeah, yeah. Now I have a question for you because I've been thinking about it quite a bit. And I think I mentioned it in my last video where I was talking about the fact that like due to the fact that and it could be hitting me stronger because of the Virgo placements with my sun being in Virgo and my moon being in Virgo, but I wonder if your like vitality or if any of the Leo risings out there, their vitality was kind of hit during that solar eclipse time because it is our ruler, right? It is the one that represents us. And as he's getting eclipsed, there's something that's happening also where maybe for some people as well, like something is brought up about our life trajectory and something about our bodies as well that needs to be addressed that we're not normally able to see because we're always on go. We're always shining, we're always moving. So when something happens to disrupt that system, we're like, okay, there's something that's wrong here. I need to figure it out. And you might get the chance to do so and when you wouldn't necessarily be able to otherwise, because we are always on go. Like that's just the way our life works, right?
Yeah.
Did you experience anything where like your body was kind of like maybe
Oh
affected
yeah.
or like, okay,
Like I
cool.
said,
I'm
like
like, I know I did.
I lost like a ton of weight. I went to this ceremony. I had no idea what it was going to be like. And it ended up being like a full on energetic release. Like I was like sobbing and releasing all of this like energy within me in front of like all these other women that were like holding me and like crying with me. And it was like so intense and so liberating and healing. I've just been changed since then. And like after that, right after that was when I started just dropping weight. And then I started realizing like, oh my God, I'm like, coming off of all of these things, like all within like, a few months of all of this. And holy crap, this all started like 9 years ago, pretty much. Like, and I feel like my whole life has changed, even though my life looks completely the same as it did a few months ago. But what happened is I changed from like the inside out. You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
I feel like I'm living the life of my dreams. It's like, what? Like, this is insane. It's like I've learned to appreciate so fully the life that I have right now, the life that has been given to me. And I feel like that's almost kind of the higher code of this like Virgo South Node, because I really feel like it has something to do with this Virgo South Node, the second house, because it feels like my reality, it's not the reality or the circumstances that are the problem or the material things that are the problem. It's your energy around it. It's your internal dialogue with it. It's your relationship with it. I have my heart open more than I have in forever. And through that, it's allowed me to just kind of trust and lean back and soften and not need to be in this resistance and this control of everything and this like armor to protect myself, which also felt very like Virgo South Node. And yeah, it's insane. But so yeah, I would say that it is like, with the sun being in Virgo going through that solar eclipse, I definitely can think it, I definitely do think it probably affected people's bodies in a lot of ways. And yeah, and I mean even Saturn, being the ruler of our sixth and the eighth and like all of that.
Yeah. I think that also, like, if any of you have actually experienced any of this stuff, you can possibly also let us know. Let us know, like, it's not just us. But I think that there's a big thing that what you said there also with something about coding, and like Virgo, I believe, is the coding. It's the thing that encoded our lives. It kind of set the program into place, right? That Virgo would just make the most sense for that because it's Virgo and we take care of the details. It's the way that is. And maybe something about the way that we've built up, possibly like the way that we think about the coding, the way that we've accumulated different information just needed to be let go so that we can move on to another level, right? Because if we're so heavy on one side, and I think that's what happens a lot of times when we like, I think that's why the it's so beautiful that we have the balancing of the eclipses, how they just kind of reverse and they go over because you kind of get forced to move into one side, but then later on you get forced to let that side go and move into the other side. So we're like the universe is constantly trying to keep you in balance and trying to remind you, hey, it's not about just staying on one side or the other. You have to keep it moving, right? And letting go of some of the stuff that we accumulate, and especially accumulating information as Virgo, like with the Virgo energy there, like letting go of some of that can help free up more space for us to then later on be able to move in and bring more in, right? Like I think that that's part of what we have going on here. And also, if we're holding on to too much here, we can't pull in from the other side. Like there's there's the need to understand that and then continue to move on with other things as well, right? And another thing that I think that we forget a lot of times when it comes to the third house is it is a place, like you mentioned earlier in one of the other signs, it's a place of the goddess, right? It's the exaltate, like it's the place of the moon, right? The moon's joy. And sometimes it is literally connected to rituals and to different things that you do on that, like that level of things, to where it can connect you again to goddess. It can connect you to that whole other side of things that sometimes you just kind of neglect. And if you're neglecting it, it's something that's constantly going on, then it can, like the little ritualistic things, the little things that you do to just kind of clean house all the time and keep it going, maintain the situation can be important as well. And as Libra moves into our, I'm not Libra, as Venus moves back into our third house and is able to recharge that area and like help us regain some of that energy and regain some of that the what was it the attraction again,
Mhm.
it'll help to again charge this area of our lives and help us as Leo risings really bring in more, right? And like we have the different beginnings of like the endings in the Aries side of the chart, where we're having to like maybe like figure out, hey, this is no longer serving us, we need to let it go, or we need to move into this area like this. The thing about having the light there is that it's shining a light. What we see is going to be really dependent upon us, right? And it also has a lot to do with our own personal chart. So like knowing your chart there is going to be important and helping you like understand and really gain perspective on what it is that we're being shown, right?
Mhm.
um and like I don't want it to like go too long here because we've already been going for so long, but there's there's a lot here that is showing us that again, for a lot of people, the energy is bringing us into a more relational period. It's bringing us into a different side of relating to ourselves and relating to our lives. And for us in particular, we've got the later on we're going to have like a grand trine between what is it, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury and Mars, lighting up our fourth, eighth, and 12th house axis, or the fourth, eighth, and 12th houses. And it's showing where we can actually legitimately help with some breakthroughs. We can have a different connection come through, especially with the 12th house, like Jupiter in the 12th. One would expect it to bring us some rest and bring us some type of goodness here. And maybe we can also gain enlightenment in this area of our lives, especially if we take the time to disconnect and to like maybe meditate. We bring ourselves like away from normal society or normal movings. But there's also another part of it that may sometimes get neglected as well, where it is very connected to our dreams and the dream state. Some of us will actually be receiving information and different psychic imprints through our dreams that we can then use to like we can incorporate it into the rest of our lives and then be able to really move these other sections of our lives that are connecting. And it's interesting that it's connecting, fourth, eighth, and 12th, because it's those are like the hidden or the not so visible sections of our lives where we might not necessarily have too much, or like part of it's like not necessarily hidden from us, we hide it from others, and then the other two sides, like we've got different connections of those energies. But there are also possibilities for people that are actually a little more on the witchy side to actually dig into more occult practices and use those to really further their expansion, further their growth, further ability to break through different areas, especially when we're talking about breakthroughs dealing with like home stuff, when we're dealing with possibly the 12th house stuff as well, like the energy can flow and create different structures and create different breakthroughs in these different sections of our lives to where we can make things that we didn't think, like we were talking earlier about the 12th and the second and the eighth house axis, where the eighth house can be bringing in, we can be receiving from the universe, right? We can possibly make that a little more sustainable by adding some structure here, adding boundaries to where we're not accepting everything, because that can be another problem that we have with Pisces ruling that side. We don't accept just the good, we accept the bad as well. It all is, it's a porous area of our lives to where everything comes in, and creating the boundaries necessary to let in what we want in, keep out what we don't want, especially with Mars there being able to help us. There's these different areas of our lives that are working together. They have the ability to really support us next level stuff. And everybody's having these energies playing out in different areas of their lives. But for us, particularly as Leo risings, these are the areas where we have the ability to really pay attention, like think of your own life and see where exactly you want, like how these things are actually playing out currently in your life, and notice the cycles, notice the patterns, because again, it all gets very personal. Astrology is very personal, it's very connected to you. And the better you get to know your own chart, the better you get to know your own cycles and patterns, the better it can actually work out for you.
Yeah. No, definitely. And that 12th, 8th, 4th, especially like I'm really interested to see how Mars and Scorpio with Mercury is going to go. We haven't had this since around this time of year, November of 2023. So and I definitely see a lot of similarities coming up just recently back to that time as well. Um, but I mean, this is about, Scorpio is always about our inner power. And I think that this is starting some kind of like new beginning in terms of our home and family lives, and in terms of, where we feel safe, where we feel, and with the positive aspects to with Jupiter and Saturn from the 12th and the 8th, it really feels like a releasing. I think all of these houses in some way deal with hidden breakthroughs underneath the surface, shifts underneath the surface, um, in somewhat of a releasing, like a letting go or a dissolving, dissipating. And so I think that, but it doesn't feel like a bad thing. It feels like we are maybe transcending old cycles or coming into some kind of like integration, harmony with old emotions that have
Yeah.
been needed to be integrated in some way, to do with our past, to do with home, to do with ancestry, to do with family, to do with loss, to do with finances, to do with, all of these different things. And yeah, and I think, the Libra season energy for Leo rising is definitely going to make us kind of really charming, really like charming, like poetic, flirty biatches is how we're definitely going to feel with that Libra season energy. It just, and with Venus there, I mean, we're going to be feeling like, we're going to want to maybe go shopping,
Connect.
like maybe change our style, like go out nice places, like have good experiences, like bond with friends more. We're just gonna have really charming experiences with, like, I love Venus and Libra. It's just such a vibe. It's very classy, it's very poetic, it's very charming. It's kind of like the finer things in life, like kind of energy. And yeah, I think that's gonna be really positive. But overall, I think for Leo risings, we are moving out of that crazy eclipse season, still releasing some things, still getting the codes, like you said, releasing some old programs. I've been using that word so much lately too, and I really do believe it's Virgo. I could also see it being somewhat Aquarius too, but I do believe it's like Virgo as well. Like we are releasing some old programs that keep us attached to vices. That's a great word for it. Vices
Mhm.
that we no longer need, or old ways of viewing money, resources, wealth, etc., safety, scarcity, all these things that we no longer need. We're finding that we are more resourceful and that we don't always need the things that we think that we do. Um, we're going through major transformation with the Pisces eighth house. We're learning how to have faith. We're learning how to trust. And we are also kind of rewrite. It's almost like a rewrite. Like it's like we're rewriting stories. Like timelines are dissolving, new ones are forming. There's been a lot of, like we mentioned earlier, releasing of like old soul contracts, you know, um, old karma with Jupiter in the 12th. I mean, just so much healing, but in like a nurturing way. And it's like if you can get down with this energy, it's going to feel a lot more smoother. It's going to feel a lot more nurturing. I almost see like Mars and Scorpio with Mercury for some reason for Leo risings as like in the fourth as like a nesting Yeah, some people could experience intense situations going on with home and family, but I think for the most part, it's like we're changing from the inside out. And I think it's definitely like a lot of full circle moments can be happening at this time. So let us know down below for Leo risings how that resonated. Comment down below, sexy Leo rising, if you watched until this point. We love you. I will let you go ahead and start with Virgo since you have a lot more prominent Virgo than I do. So
Alrighty.
go ahead and start us off.
Okay, so for Virgo risings, like this is like how was September first off for you? Because it was definitely a month where Virgo, you were definitely the highlight. Like there was a lot happening on the Virgo Pisces axis where us versus relationships, like the Virgo versus the Pisces energies were definitely highlighted. I have Mercury Cazimi in Virgo and the moon as well. So like I know that my life was personally lit up like hardcore, like all over the place, and there was just so much happening. So for you Virgo risings, I can just imagine that life as a whole was just like, hey, guess what? We're just going through it because we had the eclipses, but something that also is playing out in the background that we might not pay attention to as much is the energy of Uranus going through the 10th house for you, because that right there is showing some undercurrents of changes happening there, some upgrades possibly happening there, or just like some chaotic energy that's just playing out in that area. So to have like an excess amount of like energy leading to giant changes on the first and seventh house axis, that is a lot of energy, right? And so if September was crazy for you, luckily October won't be. The energy changes, so beautiful thing, something to look forward to, because a lot of the energies from September were just more difficult energies as a whole. Not only did we have the energies of the eclipses, September also had Saturn moving back into Pisces, and then we also had Mars going through Libra, which was affecting our drive. Like there's so much that was happening that was just showing that this was a complicated time, and there were a lot of different aspects being created in the skies that were showing just chaos, right? And luckily, if you were really needing a break, it looks like October is coming to deliver on that, right? And it's coming to alleviate a lot of the different pressures that we had because we had Mars in a place that he wasn't good for him. Venus has been in Virgo, your sign, where this here is an interesting energy because as Venus is going through Virgo and finishing up her time here, she's helping you possibly figure out, and maybe some of you are changing up the way that you look. Some of you are like feeling a little more sexy, a little more beautiful, or you're doubting things a little more. There's two ways that that can play out. There is definitely the need to reassess a lot of this. There's an energy where Venus is going to come up to the south node, encouraging you to do some of that purging, encouraging you to let go of some of the ways that you are approaching some of these energies. Because something that I mentioned in the Leo rising section is that Virgo people, we know all too well the energies of that chaos that Gemini has going on the outside. We might not like that mess that they've got going on the outside. And part of us actually, part of the issue with the square between Virgo and Gemini could be connected to the fact that we're seeing all of that going on the outside. And we're just like, I can't. Like this right here is not acceptable. There's just too much going on. I'm gonna need you to shut it up. I'm gonna need you to like bring some of that in. But it's because we have all of that going on the inside. And I think the reflection of that is kind of what leads to a lot of that unease, and we're going to be dealing with a lot of reflective like qualities here because as Tawny's mentioned in a lot of the other videos where we've got that Libra energy where it's reflecting things back, right? And we're having to deal with the discomfort of having these reflected back to us that we might not be too happy about. And with Venus in Virgo, where she's very finicky, Venus is very nitpicky, she's very selective, but she could be doing that to protect herself. She could be doing that to protect you. She could be doing that to as like a defense mechanism to keep the chaos and the madness that's going on the inside contained, right? And sometimes you just have to let it go. And sometimes you have to find the beauty and imperfection. And if you can do that, you can learn to deal with life in a whole nother way, right? Part of what we were dealing with during the eclipse season with the Virgo and Pisces energies is we had to learn to let go of some of our tendencies. We had to let go of some of the control that we like to exert on our lives as a whole, right? And learning to do so, learning to have more faith, learning to trust more, learning to move into the other side of things can help unlock so much more potential. Because yes, you may feel like you have a control, you have so much more power when you literally control every aspect of things, but when you're doing that, you're not allowing the universe, you're not allowing God, you're not allowing the other things in life their ability to work with you and to really bring things to the next level because we can only work with that which we can see a lot of the times the things that we can manipulate with our own hands, with our minds, the stuff that we can analyze. But there's so much more that's going on that we can't control. And understanding and accepting that and seeing the beauty in how we can have more coming in when we're not trying to control things is going to be something that will help us in the long run. And either way it goes, guys, eclipses bring those big changes where whether you want to accept them or not, a lot of them are coming. So best just accept it as part of the process. And when you understand it's part of the process, maybe you can start to accept and allow a lot more of the process to go because there's a system and the system is getting upgraded. The system is getting upgraded from a few different places, and you just have to learn to work with the different energies that are playing into this. And a lot of it's going to be taking us into a very second house area for Virgo risings where your finances are going to be really coming into things. So finances as well as different things that you rely on, the things that you lean on, the things that give you that comfort, right? They're coming to light now where we're seeing this versus the other side of things, where we've got that second house versus the eighth house side of things, where you're going to start to see how different patterns and how different ways that you've been dealing with your life in these areas is being restructured. We had a whole 2 year period where the eclipses were happening on the Libra and Aries axis where it was forcing some rebalancing. You were trying to be like the universe was trying to teach you certain lessons, and if you were learning them, great. But if not, Mars was just going through Libra again, really like lighting up that area and hopefully allowing you to or helping you or encouraging you to release some of the things that maybe should have been released already and maybe figure out how you can charge and like really work through that energy in a very different way because Mars in Libra isn't comfortable because he doesn't have the resources that he likes. He isn't able to go as directly as he wants to, but the energy is different and it's if you learn how to work with it differently, then you can work with the energy. It's just there's also a need to let go of some things and then the ability to see with the full moon the things that you have going on in that second house side of your life, you can possibly get a better understanding of different things that are happening with your finances and that stuff that gives you the stability that you need. And maybe some discomfort that you have there, maybe some things that need to be changed, and maybe how you might be giving too much on the other side, or the energy just needs to again have that rebalancing that the the change in the way that you interact with the energies is happening here as well.
Thank you for all that. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I totally see all that and agree. Like, I think I don't know why with Mars and Mercury in the third, I just like kind of got the word like scheming, like for some reason. But yeah, I mean, coming off eclipse season, that Virgo first house of like control and perfectionism. And again, like I've been saying, like your vices and like I kind of used the analogy on the Virgo solar eclipse, like you're in a boat that you've been in out on the ocean, you've been out at sea in this boat for a while, and there's been a lot of damage to the boat over time. But you found like little small ways to like patch things up here and there, nifty little ways. And none of that stuff's working anymore. It's like your old little ways of patching things up are no longer working. And that boat is like your body, your identity, your health, your wellness, and it's like you can't keep putting a band-aid over a huge cut. It's like you got to like actually do this the right way. You've actually got to value yourself and care about yourself, and at the same time like truly take responsibility for what you do have control over and release what you do not. This has been kind of a lot of like lessons for Virgo risings, I feel like, in terms of like relationships as well, like learning that you can't control other people, learning that you can't always control your the outcomes or circumstances or the person that you're with. And you're going to have like a lot of lessons about learning to trust in other people and their power and not really need to always change them or change how they're doing something or change their behaviors. It's like you've got to let certain people do what they need to do, and you may even need to let certain people go. It's like speaking of soul contracts, that's really huge for Virgo risings, um, and karmic
I,
relationships and karmic baggage and, old things that you've been holding on to. What were you going to say?
you're giving me Serenity Prayer vibes, like where like you do what you can and then the rest of it's in God's hands. Like legit, that's the best you can do. So do that.
Yeah, exactly. And Yeah, it's like what is in your control and what isn't. And I think that Mars and Mercury and Scorpio this month definitely could have you kind of like scheming for different ways to be in control. But instead, I think like maybe using that energy, using that focus towards things that are actually going to benefit you. Um, Definitely could be some changes or challenges in terms of like siblings, extended family members, environment, things like that this month. But I think whatever happens with that Mars, Mercury, and Scorpio in the third is actually really activating to Jupiter in the 11th and Saturn in the seventh. So it's almost like whatever's going on is actually helping you connect and collaborate with more people, with more friends, with more people that are like-minded. And your second house, the second house Libra stuff is definitely like, you know, compromising, coming into balance and peace with your money and finances versus, it's kind of like give and take. Where are you, it's like you can have these kind of dreams of independence and sovereignty in terms of your financial situation with Aries in the eighth and that full moon in Aries on October 6th. But as we get into the second half of October, it's like, okay, well, maybe you need to get some other people's advice on that, or maybe you need to balance things out with your money first, or maybe you need to um, pay off some other people first before you can do that. Things like that. Really, it's just kind of this energy of peace and conflict and finances, and also um, consideration for others versus, individuality and finances, doing what's good for you. But yeah. I think that there's so much changing for Virgo risings, like you said, Will, like it's just, with Uranus in the 10th and all of this like seventh house energy, it's like the the future that you thought you had could really be changing drastically this year and could look totally different for you by next year as we really move into these new changes, and you could find yourself going down like a whole different path with whole different people. And it's kind of like letting go of who you've been in this outer shell that you've been armoring yourself with for so long because it's not working anymore. It's kind of like just, completely restructuring the boat and getting rid of everything inside the boat because it's just it's not really adequate anymore. It's not really working for you anymore. It's like how you treat yourself is everything. And so, what are you putting yourself through with these old mechanisms, these old programs, these old control patterns that is keeping you maybe kind of, in the past, or keeping you feeling not like yourself or not as good as you would like to feel. So, um yeah.
Yeah. I like that. And then there's also the other part of where like Mercury is doing the most this month. He's just zooming through the zodiac, and while he's doing that, he's making a bunch of different connections. Like we already brought up the Mercury Mars connection there. The fact that Mercury had moved into Scorpios there, but then also towards the end of the month, Mercury's going to make his way all the way into Sagittarius, and he's going to oppose Uranus in our 10th house, in your 10th house. So that is going to be something for you to think about, that there's going to be something here where something in your home life, something bringing you into your home life is going to be opposing something in your career. And there's going to be something that you're going to have to figure out there because there's going to be some type of changing. Maybe something pops up out of nowhere. Maybe there's some type of circumstance that's brought about that switches a lot of the way that you approach things and the way that you can approach things, because Mercury again is the ruler of your chart. So there's a lot here that's showing that this is big picture stuff, and it's going to be life on like your whole life level altering here. So you've got a lot that's going on, but as you start to think about the things that are, I guess, pay attention and feel out the way that your life is like taking you through in your cycles, but understand as well that as we start to go later into the month as well, Mercury starts to slow down so that he can flip around and go back around, right? So a lot of this energy here is going to start to get more intensified, and by the time he's making it up to that opposition to Uranus, he's really, really getting to the point where like some of the stuff that you're doing around this time could end up coming back, and you might have to revisit it. So keep that in mind as well. Some of the later in October stuff that you're doing may be revisited.
Yeah, definitely. I could totally see like an example of that being that Uranus Mercury opposition being like maybe you get like something random happens in your job, and especially with the signs being Gemini and Sag, like something random happens in your career and it may cause you to travel or move or, something, but like Mercury is in detriment in Sag. So it's like, wait, what? Like, wait, I didn't have a plan to move and I don't have a plan to move. And it's like, you're kind of just trying to trust in the bigger vision, even though all the details aren't really making sense just yet, something along those lines. Now, obviously it's not going to be the exact scenario for everybody, but it's like the details of your bigger vision could kind of just click or become very kind of randomly known. And then at the same time, Mercury and Sag is like, Mercury and Sag is like the best way I can explain it is like trying to rock climb like the hugest freaking mountain that you can think of, like step by step, like it's like Mercury wants to take things in small pieces, whereas Sag is very like vast and big and, like, just this really big, free, vast spirit, so it's like trying to put out a forest fire with like a little water like pitcher.
What again?
Yeah, like
Okay.
it's like a water gun. Yeah, like like maybe you've got quite a few water guns, but you're not gonna really get, much of anywhere. But and so like Mercury likes those kind of small details, the plans, the to-do list, the facts, whereas Sag is like like Sag is telling tall tales by the fire, and Mercury is like, but is this real? Like, is this factual? Did this actually happen? That doesn't make sense. It's like it's like the mind can't, yeah, it's just hard for it to play in that space. And so Mercury and Sagittarius, there may be this kind of like, wait, can I handle this? Like whatever change happens or whatever. It could even just be like a breakthrough or an insight or like a download that like it feels so big, but you're like, it feels so big. I don't know how I'm going to actually do it. I don't know, like, what's the step-by-step process? Like, I don't know. And so, but you'll figure it out along the way. Sag is really about having that belief and having that vision and having that kind of like, belief in something bigger than yourself and really making it about the journey. It's kind of like Lord of the Rings, like Bilbo Baggins, like, Gandalf knocks on his door and he's like, do you want to go on an adventure? Do you want to go on a journey? And he's like, well, I have dinner by 8 p.m., so like not tonight, like Bilbo's very like Virgo, Gemini, like Mercurial, and Gandalf is very Sag, like, and he's like, it's about the journey. It's about the journey of a lifetime. You're like, what do you mean you have dinner at 8? Like, like, and so anyway, but, and I actually use that example, and I think in Virgo Rising's horoscope for this year, for the year ahead, because I feel this so strongly for Virgo Risings, but yeah, so let us know down below, Virgo Risings, how that all landed with you, how that all resonated. Comment down below, Sexy Virgo Rising, if you made it this far. And yeah, I think that concludes everything, all of the signs.
Yay.
Yeah. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you. And I will see you in the next one. Thank you for doing this with me, Will. And yeah.